65 is live. Oh 07. Hey everybody. Hey everybody. Oh 07. Is there an echo? Should be an echo. Okay. All right. Okay, all right. Sounding good. All right, so we have a little bit of Jarrett. We're gonna go over, review the Ironclad. It's gonna happen, y'all.
Of our Invictus Launch Week coverage as we look beyond the event to the new offering being unveiled at this year's Drake Defense Month. The far superior brand excluded from the usual Invictus festivities because it's too damn cool. I said it. I'm tired of pretending it's not true.
These sentiments were recorded in April before that rat beef stuff, and Disco would like it known that K-Dot is king. Hashtag Westside. Also, that David is the best. Woohoo! Now we resume the program.
Let's force John Crew to talk about it now.
So in the Star Citizen universe, we have a lot of cargo ships. But they're sort of concentrated around the lower end of cargo holding, sort of the low hundreds, SU and below, and the very high end where there's multi-thousands. There's a mix of cargo ships which have their cargo on the inside, ones on the outside like the Hull series. And we really want to bring something different where it sort of sits right in the middle. It's a nice progression step and facilitates both internal and external loading of cargo, which is where the Drake Ironclad comes in.
All right. Drakey. I'm the Wakey. Ironclad Assault. Is that a Space Twinkle you drop? Space Dog. Yeah, this is
Drake
righteous.
Ironclad is the kind of next step up for Drake cargo ships. It kind of builds on what the Caterpillar brings, and but in a much larger form.
The Drake Ironclad is a 6-person multi-crew armoured freighter. A large proportion of the ship is dedicated to the cargo bay at the front of it.
Just look at that thing, man. They're loading. Of course, they're going to load with the trucks. That's just a visual to kind of say, hey, what it would be like if we're moving cargo from our, I would say, our home base. Okay, overwhelming. All right, gotcha. So it's kind of like a premise of this could be your daily way to move and ship things and manage resources, pulling resources from one point to another at high volume. And the way it's set up, man, it's just going forward. It's basically how we're going to look at what dynamic server meshing will be the standard, one of the standards when we're talking about org operations and things. 07 Bender. This is a much needed ship, a much desired ship. The fact that it's coming from Drake, the manufacturer, it makes people look at it or do a double take. And if they are kind of welcoming to that brand, then it's one of those desired ships. But if it's more of a hard pass of the fact that it's Drake and what that stands for, people will kind of look at it with green envy of saying, hey, I want that for my particular brand or that manufacturer that I kind of look to as my go-to. So we want something of that nature to compete with it. So when you do that, or you have those concepts in mind, you kind of say, hey, as long as the vehicle ship team is continuing to improve and create, then you'll always look forward to having your brand, that particular brand of your manufacturer, come in and do this kind of thing that will compete against the Ironclad. But as it stands, I mean, overall, you have to give it its due, its respect, and things of that nature of saying, hey, this is setting a precedent, this is setting a standard for what we want to do in game and how we want to operate.
Which has both a front ramp for loading and unloading cargo and small vehicles on the ground, as well as a retractable roof for doing that in
How's that? That must be better. But as I was saying, the bane of my existence is audio. Man, Windows is, every time I get updates, it just throws things off. Give me an 07 if you hear sound. Hello, hello, hello. I was saying briefly that the Drake platform, that is Ironclad Assault, is a perfect companion to the Kraken itself. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, music, you are fighting me, and I don't know why, but I'm going to shut you down. Yeah, it is up there. Okay, much better. Um, this is definitely the companion for the Kraken, which is probably on schedule for next year. I would presume this is a perfect segue for the Kraken. But yeah, this is kind of like the liaison of go get, bring back, and keep resources coming and going, offloading, loading onto the Kraken as needed. Um, I think with the two different variants between the Assault and the Ironclad, one is probably self-efficient for as far as defensive measures. The other one may need some assistance as far as escorts, but that's fine. Either way, you're talking about you have a means and a way. You know, the Clad and the Assault can partner against each other, right? Where you would, in concept, the Ironclad has more than enough resources to bring over, pool and bring over to the Kraken, whilst the Assault could be a mini carrier of other ships inside of its canopy, could be launched, as well as you're manning the turrets as a crew. So it's endless in the sense of what combination would you utilize as far as an org multi or not. This is the prelude to dynamic server meshing. It's going to push them to say, hey, we got to get dynamic server meshing going, because now we're utilizing these larger ships that will bring in parties, orgs, adversaries such as PvP, NPC, PvP as well, and you're just you're faced with all these random elements that will enhance gameplay, unscripted gameplay. That's what you want. That's the need. That's the variance that makes Star Citizen stand out in comparison to other MMOs. There's a lot of scripting, but this is could be so off script.
The Ironclad is really three distinct areas. You have all the accommodation in the rear sort of third of the ship. The front 2/3 is really just this cargo bay with the front entrance and the...
Look at that. That's is that a Pisces or Anvil ship? Some sort of Anvil ship. It looks like a Pisces maybe, or a larger ship. It's got size though.
retractable roof.
And that, when he said retractable roof, imagine in space, you're floating EVA, you're dropping cargo from one ship to other. It's beautiful.
And then you have the command module, which has seats for the crew, plus a few little jump seats for everyone else.
Command module right here, over to the right there. So it's a little different from the concept, but CIG has already started the sneak peeks of it. It's basically ready.
Command module is there to steer the ship when it's attached.
Oh, I think was there a Q&A or there's something said about the command module that it has quantum abilities. So it's its very own ship. And some people said whether or not it's going to be its own ship. I think it should be, because if you open the doors of modularity, and we're seeing it with the command module, with the clad assault, and the caterpillar, it opens the door for what else could be fitted, or what else could fit with that command module. Could it be repair? Could it be a version of Drake's repair once we get the Crucible? And you're talking about repair, ship repair. I guess Crucible, there was no hard line to say that the Crucible could repair larger ships or capital size ships, but it would require about three ships in the early concept. Imagine if you have a proper capital size, if you can retcon and redefine that we have a proper capital ship repair module along with the command module that would fit. And it's Drake that's doing all the cleanup for all the manufacturers. How ironic and funny at the same time that the manufacturers who all snub Drake is tasked with the cleanup and repair of all other ships in its narrative. That would be hilarious at the same time. Wasn't command module going to be compatible to the Caterpillar and the Clad Assault? Yes, it is compatible. Yes, it's actively a thing, but also it's going to leverage and update the, I guess, the docking mechanism maybe, or they could, once it's proven that it works, maybe retcon the entirety of the docking mechanism and repurpose it through the usage of what the command module will do with the Ironclad and the Clad Assault, as well as the Caterpillar. That would be really cool if they did that, repurpose the docking mechanism based on that gameplay.
And the command
those
module
mechanics.
serves as the escape pod as well. The only time you really want to detach it is in an emergency. It's not designed to be your sort of primary ship flying around.
See, I think that might have changed, John Crew. That's the initial thing. It's more of a cautionary narrative, but I think as they develop and they see the maturity of what they're doing, this may change totally. And I think this would pose as a great question when it comes to the Q&A for the command module. Would that be a question for what is it now? Is it capable? Is it more of the modularity system being more than a tier 0 aspect, right? So I think that was precautionary by John Crew. I think that was smart by him just to say, hey, let's pump the brakes, because in actuality, we're just trying to get it out. But I think going forward, there is space and room for them to kind of give updates on those game mechanics, so that, and especially when you're talking about ship sales and things of that nature, that command module could be its very own ship. When you talk about the generalist or the industrialist aspects of the game, maybe a Mark II where the wings expand out. You know, it's endless. It's endless. Who owns a Caterpillar here? You know what? I did not realize, you know, having a loaner for the Caterpillar Ascendant, I did not realize its functionality is really great. I mean, yeah, it needs improvements with the doors, and they're going to work on that. But the question is, would that be a Mark II that comes in? But you would have to give a gold standard for the Cat.
It kind of gives you a little bit of a get out of jail free card if you're transporting stuff that is quite valuable, quite sought after in maybe some of our less desirable systems. What it allows you to do is kind of have a little bit of security. So if you're getting attacked or you're getting yourself into trouble, if you want to save yourself, you can kind of jettison your cargo and try and get out of Dodge and kind of get out to safety. And I think that's like a really important thing as we get closer to Death of a Spaceman.
Very nice.
With some of the recent tech that's come online, this brought us one step closer to implementing command modules properly. So not only will you see this detachable command module feature on the Ironclad, but as well it will happen on the Caterpillar.
Interior-wise, you've kind of got two entrances onto the ship. You can either enter via the command module, and that takes you straight into a kind of corridor section. It's kind of like almost like a mezzanine. You can either go up to the habitation area, which is top floor of the ship, gives you like super nice views out both the kind of cargo out the front and the rear of the ship, or you can kind of come down the ship into the main habitation area. Alternatively, you can enter through the dock and collar airlock, which is on the opposite side of the ship.
Wow.
At the rear of the interior of the ship, we've kind of got the heart of the engines. It's the big kind of engineering area where we've got all of the kind of main functional components needed for moving such a large ship. And then if you kind of come slightly further forward, got we call it the kind of like the command deck.
Look at this. It's very detailed. Straightforward though. The command module is over to the left. The hallway, the docking mechanism is going on. Very nice.
It's not a bridge. You can't fly the ship from it, but it's where you operate the tractor beams. It's where it kind of gives you good views out over the front and
I like that.
space. You've got the tractor beam turrets, but also, visually you can kind of stand in this area or sit in this area and look out over the front and over the bow of the ship and kind of really see what you're trying to pull in or what you're trying to capture into
Operations.
your cargo hold.
That's quartermaster territory.
Downstairs, we've got a little kind of covered area at the rear of the cargo hold, and that is where you can store a couple of small ground vehicles or some of your equipment
Rock
for moving
DS.
vehicles and cargo around.
I'm sorry, the Rock.
And then you're into the
Yes.
main cargo hold of the ship,
Yikes.
and this takes up the majority of the interior space, is this large cargo hold.
Wow.
One of the things that we were kind of really keen to do was give lots of different views and different angles down into this cargo hold. Again, as we're exploring slightly less lawful systems, we wanted to give the players as much opportunities as we can to kind of be safe aboard their own ship.
Yes.
So either side of the cargo hold, we've got these gantries that run completely front to rear on the
Security.
ship. And they give great view down into your cargo bay. They also give that opportunity of, if there's someone tries to board you via the cargo bay, it gives you some nice cover opportunities. And we've also got a few little windows that kind of look down into it as well.
Wow.
As you move to the kind of like the very front, the very nose of the ship, those gantries lead into a kind of secure cargo area. It's somewhere that's a little bit more difficult to get to when you kind of enter the ship. The big thing we were referencing when we were looking at it was this idea of police evidence rooms. And so these kind of individual cages where you could put your most secure cargo, whatever it might be, in this area, and it would make it quite difficult.
I wonder, would that have... I guess if you're a mercenary or you're policing the area, I would have probably debated whether that should have been or could have been a storage locker for your armor and weapons. Just saying. Or can we have a modular choice down the line? $40. Hey, we'll change that out to a weapons armory locker. I would say yes. Yeah, take my money.
To try and breach in or out of that area. So it gives us just somewhere a little bit more secure for kind of smaller cargo items.
Caterpillar is
Finally, very front,
iconic.
we've got access to one of the main turrets and the tractor turret.
I'm gonna stop that one. It's certain ships I send in that that marks certain hurdles in the development of Star Citizen. Ones that give you bragging points, that gives you time and space of those milestones that was in the development of Star Citizen. I think there's something special about that. I can't make this up. I don't know where this is coming from in my conversation, but it's facts that there's certain ships that, even like, for case and example, the Aurora, right? Mark II, great ship. They're even moving forward with the modularity. But there's something about, hey, the Aurora is one of those ships that when I was introduced to Star Citizen, or I made that initial step into Star Citizen, it cemented everything for me. And it's a mark in time and space that said to me, there's a soft place in my heart. There's a warm spot in my heart that says the Aurora LN was it. That was where that parallel of Privateer and Star Citizen merged, and I felt those warm spots of when I played Privateer, and the Aurora does it for me. So when it came to the concept of the Caterpillar, it's one of those iconic ships that said, hey, we're going to do this concept and we're going to do this cargo hauling based concept. And it was the Caterpillar. And I remember when it was introduced, the fanfare that burst out and people just went crazy and nuts for it. And I think that's one of the points too. Like it signals that, hey, I was an early backer. So if I melt that, I erase that. I erase that moment. Even though it's, to me, in my memories, it serves a fond place. But if you have something to show for that time and space at that moment that earmarks where you were introduced into the game, it's a keeper. It is a keeper. But going forward, like I said earlier, I have a loaner, and that was probably like my first prelude or the first initial introduction to interacting with it. I've heard the fanfare and the good and the bads with the caterpillar, but getting in that ship, it's totally different. And I say this in a good way, that utilitarian feel, and she's like built to the gilt, built to the gilt, thicker than the Snicker. She can take it, man. She can take it, and it's like iconic. I don't know if it was the first large hauler. I might, well, the first one that came on that was introduced as concept and then initial tier 0 yeah, I would probably say yeah. I would have to say yeah, because you had the Banner Merchantman was in concept, but it's still work in progress. But yeah, I think it was one of the very first. I would have to agree with that. And then everything else fell after that. And again, it still holds relevance to right now, today, even though it has its issues with the doors and how the hydraulics are, connecting with the ground. There's some improvements, there's tweaks, but yeah, I mean, for a specific purpose as a hauler, yes. Some people would say, hey, it was the Starfarer or it was the Reclaimer because it's just a big ship that can hold stuff. It's not its initial design. Its initial design was about hauling, and that would be the Caterpillar.
That's all right.
The biggest attraction for me with it is just the versatility of the cargo space.
Mm-hmm.
From a good citizen law standpoint, it is a cargo ship, but also that retractable roof and the tractor beams on board it give it some less legal opportunities for...
Okay, versatility. I'm thinking when he said versatility, I'm thinking about more of you can put small ships in it or you can carry cargo. He's thinking on the lines of Guardians of the Galaxy statement of, hey, let's do a little bit of good, let's do a little bad. If you look in the Star Wars world with Han Solo, or in the movies, the transporter. Don't care who it's coming from. I just got to get it from point A to point B. Versatility, I don't know. I would have to question that. It's just your operations and how you operate. You're not judging people. You don't care what it is. You're just going to do it. But for me, the versatility aspect is more of it's a small pocket carrier for other ships to do ops and protect it, help preserve its fuel when you get to a certain destination and you release those ships. The other versatility aspect is maybe protection. Like you've had, even with the ironclad itself, it can launch probably some small fighter ships inside of it, escort. So that's to me, that speaks more on the versatility aspects of it.
Perhaps taking other people's cargo ships in space and on the ground. At the time of recording, we're also exploring a more military-themed variant of the Ironclad. Doesn't have a name yet, so we'll just call it the Drake.
Ironclad Assault.
Compared to the base ship,
That was hilarious.
it's
Ironclad
developed
Assault.
to support ground assault operations.
I went with this. Members in the org have the clad and clad only, and I said, let's switch it up. Let's give some variations. And also, for me, with the impending or inbound engine update, which will be dynamic server meshing, but officially the quasi dynamic server meshing. I'll call it dynamic server meshing tier 0. We're talking about possibly doubling, maybe 1.5 or tripling the player counts. With that said, it's going to bring in a wave of players who just initially getting into the game with a larger footprint. Hey, let's do some bad, like Guardians of the Galaxy. Let's attack some things. And so my concept is I'm going to go with the Ironclad Assault to say, hey, back away, or this is not going to be easy for you. Some of you may not. Overall, you may take me take me out, but I'm taking a lot of you with me. So hence my thoughts on going from clad to clad assault. But I want some more paint jobs though. I kind of the yellow is all right. It's all right, but man, can I CIG? Can I get some Meridian in there? All metal, man. Just metal. Holy smoke! Like like Mark Skelp used to say, beefy.
It has additional turrets covering the upper and lower surfaces to provide more fire support.
Look at that thing, man.
And the front section of the cargo area has been redesigned to enable our largest vehicles in game to be.
That's her. That's the clad. That's the clad assault. It doesn't have the tractor beam built in. I saw that earlier. I was in somebody's stream and they had the Q&A on it. It still has the open canopy, but you have to. I can see myself just adding the geos or the little manned walkers that will have the tractor beams on them, and probably have 2 of those stationed inside the ship and do it that way. But that canopy, not to say it would have been a deal breaker, but I feel so much at ease and happy knowing that it has the open canopy. I'm okay with it not having the built-in tractor beams like the clad, but that's fine because it shows and it gives us variances between the two. So I don't have the tractor beams, but I have the turrets. Yeah, the early concepts
Deployed from it, such
has
as
the
tank.
canopy.
In
It
addition,
opens.
The cargo bay has been reduced in size to facilitate a onboard repair facility. So for those of you who want to have a journey in the cargo profession, traditionally you would start out in something, say like a Hull A. The next step up from there really is sort of into Drake Caterpillar territory. So
Look at that. See, that's iconic. The engines, the asymmetrical design. I mean, it's hard to walk away from that concept. It's certain ships that they, from the first initial concept to in-game engine, and you say to yourself, that design, whoever did that design, give them a raise, Chris. Caterpillar is one. The Reclaimer is another. Is those certain ships that, from its early concept, I would say the Aurora. There's those certain ships that they create, and it says this is a main staple. It's a feather in their hat in nailing the design and concept. So it's there to stay. If you're an owner, I would shame on you if you were melted this ship. Shame the frick on you. But yeah, it is beautiful. I mean, the design, it is beautiful.
Roughly an 8 to 10 times jump.
Look at that.
In cargo capacity. From there, the Ironclad sits nicely between those smaller ships and the much larger bulk carriers such as the Hull C, and then ultimately you get to things like the Hull D, E, and Kraken at the end of the cargo.
There you go, John. There you go. Yep. There you go, John.
Is that a hint at anything?
You gotta look, man. This guy he's super focused on what he's doing. He probably got a small funny bone in his body, but he's about getting it done, man. And you see from early on, he's a main staple. You see the maturity in their concepts, the development of what they're doing. The ships get better and better. You say to yourself, I didn't realize I needed this ship, or they're doing a Mark II. Why would you do that? And you say, man, I don't want the ship. I need the ship, right? Or I don't need it. I want it. Either one, either way, you find yourself going back and they're taking your money because the concepts are getting better and better and better and better and better. It goes on to the Echo and better and better and better and better and better and better and better.
It's not a hint at anything. Making the ironclad makes the Kraken easier.
So building out the ironclad does, of course, kind of help us with building out the Kraken.
Yeah.
I think increasing that visual library of assets that we can pull from and use.
See, this is the future of shipbuilding. Utilizing the resources that's there, and still having the artistic license. Look it up. Having the artistic license to add to the library in tweaks, in smaller fractional tweaks that does not hinge or impede the development overall. You're talking about very clever and smart decision making with the overall concept of the manufacturer, everything that's in its library, repurposing it so that it's a fresh note on the concept, and also it helps them to develop the other manufacturer bills, whether they're variants or actual bills in the concept of the manufacturer. And like he said, this is only getting them closer to creating the Kraken. You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it.
And a Drake manufacturer at the right scale is super valuable for when we move on to the large ships.
There you go. What I said, but in a long way. Look at that. It's
Of course, in non-Drake related news, players in this year's event probably noticed the long-awaited RSI Polaris touring around the Stanton system. Well,
Yeah.
it's not quite flight ready yet, but we thought we'd ask the guys for a status update.
that was a more push of getting it out, getting the Polaris out, and then the Perseus, once that was released after, they looked at the things that worked well with the Perseus and they doubled back and said, we're going to bring that or incorporate that into the Polaris because it's still under the RSI brand or under the umbrella of Robert Space Industries. So it goes both ways where they can utilize one concept and it helps the other one in the future, or they can actually create a new ship and use new design language, optimizations, gold standard processes, and then they can go backwards to an existing manufacturer and deliver on a gold standard / Mark II version of itself. So it's a two-way street on the development improvements when they have these concepts or they go back into the matrix of their library under that brand and really just harden and improve upon the design language. Very nice. All right, man. I think that's overall. I think that's it.
Get it out so we can show it. But we've also
Yeah, that's the Popo.
There.
Closer to releasing it.
Let me see. Let me pull up. Let me see if there's an ironclad Q&A. I'm gonna pull that up, and then we're gonna get into some resource management because it's becoming the thing now. I'm trying to see if there's a Q&A. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna pull up. Somebody said don't buy the ironclad assault. Why? Stop hating, man. People work hard, man. Let them spend on what they want. Don't dictate what people want to do with their earned cash. It's crazy stuff. Let's see. Let's see Q&A. That is. Okay. Hopefully this won't be cringe. Let me pull up a. Let me go to the actual RSI website and pull up their Q&A. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Um, yeah, industry is starting to really take off. Industry is, it's going to come back to CIG as a narrative to ensure that that branding fits into the 1.0 concepts or improve upon them, right? Because the industrial cargo hauling aspects are starting to become a thing that is foundational to the game. We're seeing it unfold before us in the development and its concepts, its narratives, the number of ships that, and I think it's going to really come into its highlight or come into its own when we see the number counts of players go up with dynamic server meshing quasi tier 0, right? I'm gonna see if there's a Q&A on the ironclads to finish this off, and then that gives us enough time to get ourselves prepared for this op, and then we'll be ready to go. Okay, let me do a search if I can on ironclad Q&A, right? Barring any major setbacks, I think we should be seeing it in May. If you don't agree, tell me why, and what's your reasoning or what's your evidence that we won't make it to next month with the clad and clad assault. Okay, come on, clad assault. I'm gonna type it. One second. Industrial. Let's see. Ironclad. Q&A. Search. Oh, come on, man. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh. Oh, let me see. Ironclad. You gotta be kidding me. Explore. Patch notes. Galactopedia. What's up with the modules? Yeah, exactly. Modules, modularity. They are well. See, as I spoke on, the concepts of they are utilizing like a tier 0 to improve upon or to fortify later on down the road. This is not a coincidence, I said. That's a great question. The modules, in my mind, if I have to theory craft this thing, it's setting up the prelude to the galaxy and its modules. So with and this is the other part that I think they are utilizing very well those hidden things with people when they say, oh, why would I get the Aurora? Mark II when I have the Aurora, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing. And them not telling or giving it away until it's revealed, it's perfect. So people were, some people were scoffing because of the Aurora Mark II. Oh, this is lazy. Oh, this is a money grab. And then they realize, oh, I should have just shut the F up and just waited, because now they're sitting out there like, yes, they're going back into the shadows. They're creeping back into the shadows and shutting the F up, because now they realize before they ran their mouths, they were thinking or trying to change the narrative to be a negative one, but CIG turned it on them, because with the modularity, you have one that will do cargo. You have the other that will strengthen and harden it as a fighter. But then they said to double down, to say, please shut the F up and don't say anything. Just wait. They said there's going to be more modularity in the future for the Mark II. But at the same time, it opens up the narrative for them to take that concept of modularity and apply it to its other iconic RSI brand, which is the Galaxy. The Galaxy will benefit highly what they do with the Mark II as far as its modular components. So the Galaxy, it will introduce Now, I don't know when or if how they're going to do it when the Galaxy comes into play. I think November or IAE, but based on its concepts, it has a refinery. They're working on a refinery now. Has refinery. It has the Tier 1 Apollo medical module, base building module, and then the extra module that is cargo. It increases the cargo capacity. And so, yeah, there we go. Hey, I applaud you for it, because it gives you more versatility with that it is a proper foundational ship now. They improved upon the original and just gave you options to say, I want to do some it gives you some versatility, right? I want to participate in FPS, right? Or dogfight with it. Or I want to do some cargo hauling with it. And it's staying under the radar of things, under the footprint of these other ships, but it allows you to get things done when you need it, when you need things done. So that ship is great concept, but also they're leveraging game mechanics to improve upon the more larger ships that are coming in, like the Galaxy, with its modularity. So they're doing double duty. They're smart about how they are bringing in the ship mechanics within the engine, making sure, vetting it for bugs and things of that nature. So I'm loving that. Let's see. I was trying to find their official Q&A for the Ironclad and its assault, to kind of give you an overview of what they're working on, and so there's no debate on or guessing of what is the basic concept of the Clad and Clad assault. Okay, let me try this. Okay, let me try the Ironclad video and see if I can get their official particulars with the ship. I knew there was a Q&A. I think I definitely placed it in my Discord. 07 Bracer Phoenix, you are here. Let's see. Coffee. Let me check. Let me see where I can find that specific. Oh man, you're at work. Okay. Uh, there it is. Engineering. Let me try this. Hold on. I have the link. Let me try this. I'm gonna type it. And then I want to. After this, I want to jump in. We're gonna jump in and do an ops. Q A. Okay, I hope this works. Let me copy it just in case I need the doctor or if I have any typo. Okay, here we go. It doesn't seem right. Hold on. What did I do wrong? Copy. Not found. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I got it, baby. Got it. Got it. All right, here we go. Q&A. Oh, 07 Bracer Phoenix. We should be still on when you get off of work. We're gonna opt this thing, man. We got to get resources and things going. All right, here we go, y'all. I'm gonna cue this up for us. Secure yours now. Okay, so based upon the QAQC, it says. Let me zoom in a little bit. Zoom in some. Let me zoom in so we can see the text. All right. Q&A Ironclad, the official Q&A. So there's nothing skeptical or no skepticism on this. But also keep in mind things could change as well based on the new concepts in engine and the updates and improvements. So we want to leave that open for them to improve upon the original concept, right? So let's take it with a grain of salt, but for the most part, they have a good focus and design on what they want to do with the clad and the clad assault. But improvements are definitely welcome there, CIG. So thank you for that. Q&A Ironclad by Drake. Interplanetary. Run the skies with Drake's. Run the skies. Run the skies with Drake, juggernaut of free enterprise. The mighty Ironclad. An armored freighter that takes the risk involved in deep space traversal and transport seriously. It stands as a beacon for intrepid and independent pioneers across the galaxy. We asked the vehicle and gameplay teams a few questions about Drake's new self-sufficient beast capable of meeting anything or anybody
standing in your way. Here are the answers, straight from the devs themselves.
Let's go, baby. What ships are the main competitors of Ironclad and Ironclad Assault? For example, how does it compare with the Crusader Hercules? As it seems better in every aspect. Who wrote this? Paul Jones? The Anvil Liberator and Crusader Hercules are the Ironclad's closest competitors. So that's a pocket carrier, for those who don't know or wonder what Liberator is or is not. The Crusader Hercules, it is Crusaders, big engine hauling large cargo ships in their variant. So it is a cool ship, and it's fast for her size. The Liberator, though, is a dedicated vehicle transporter. There you go. So naturally, it excels at that. Though its cargo remains relatively exposed, the C2 and the M2 Hercules are the closest on paper competitors, providing enclosed cargo capacity and the option for multiple turrets. However, the Ironclad Assault beats the latter, while the base Ironclad beats the former in cargo capacity. That was definitely Paul Jones. The carrot killer himself. Can the Ironclad be used as a mini carrier? And what is the biggest ship that could fit through the retractable roof? So this is early concept. That could change. So take it as a grain of salt. Don't use this as gospel. All right. So posing the question one more time, can the Ironclad be used as a mini carrier, and what is the biggest ship that could fit through the retractable roof? It can, however, the cargo bay is designed for cargo metrics, so it doesn't conform to standardized hangar dimensions, with the current maximum dimensions being 40 by 21 by 7.5 meters. Bear in mind, the roof does not retract over the full volume of the ship, thus limiting the maximum length. Of course, this may change during production. As you know, their concept ships, they get bigger. Judy gets bigger. They get bigger. And a little late to say it, but I remember them saying that after Apollo mods release, they said that backers of module ships would get the mods for free. I may be completely remember wrong though. Blackwater Go. Are we talking about? Well, you're talking about the Mark II of the Aurora. Wasn't there a charge for that? I don't think they're going to give those mods for free, man. I don't think so. I would have to look into that. Was that only with a ship that has all mods already? No, because I literally I have the Galaxy, and I went back, and I was a little salty about the cargo, right? And I looked into it. It's increased cargo, but I'm still standing on that hill and say, hey, we need a default cargo room, or the base cargo built into the Galaxy, because all other ships have that. That was weird to me, to buy the concept and you did not have any cargo functionality in that ship, when any ship that has that space, the cargo grid is already there. Now I'm totally on board with the concept of, if you want to increase cargo capacity, you have the modular component to increase that number. I'm totally on board with that. So, but in order to get the cargo to work, and their stuff is bouncing around, and who knows, at some point we get volatile and sensitive cargo down the line, which we will. You're going to be compromised. You will be a fool to take on that mission, because your cargo grid, let's say you did not purchase the cargo grid, you would be at risk of destroying your ship. So I truly believe that CIG, when we receive the Galaxy, they may just say, hey, look, we're not going to say we made a mistake, but we have a default cargo capacity for the Galaxy. If they don't, there's going to be pushback to some degree. I don't know to what degree. I don't know, but I would say it, just like any other ship, it should have basic or your default cargo grid in the ship. It's only right. But no, you do not get those modules automatically, because when you talk about the module for the medical facility, it is the same as the Apollo, which is great value. It is a tier 1. Same concept. The refinery, it has 2 refinery stations. Yeah, and then you have, the thing of the base building. It can build from small to medium to large bases. The exception to extra large, that would be under the umbrella of the Pioneer. So no, you don't get those for free, but it would be cool though. It would have been crazy nuts if it would parallel the thing of, if you buy the, similar to this with Star Citizen, you buy the package, you get the Squadron 42 for free. That's nuts, man, because based on the work they're putting in with Squadron 42, you get it for free. That would that would fall right in line with that. That's nuts that they're giving you that free with your package. So yeah, no Blackwater Go. I don't agree. But you're not saying it. You're only asking the question. So 07 to you. That's a great question. Yep, that's a great question though. Like, hey, go for it, Blackwater. Go get it if you can, man. Get it if you can. I do not blame you. I have no judgment on that. Great question. Will the Ironclad Assault have a retracting roof like the base version? Yes. For the win. Assault for the win, baby. Yes, the retracting roof is a shared element between the 2 versions. However, the tractor beam setup is removed. Womp, 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 womp. So utility is significantly compromised in the Assault version. Like I said, I'll get some mechs, those tractor beam mechs, a couple of them, and we go to work. Everybody have tractor guns, tractor rifles. Let's go to work. Roll up our sleeves. Beautiful. Will either version have strong VTOL thrusters to assist atmospheric flight? Are you kidding me, man? What kind of question was that? Look at these things, man. Okay. That was a wasted question. Both versions have identical thruster layouts, including integrated vertical takeoff lift thrusters underneath. I think this thing is going to be a fuel monster. Is there an armory in the Assault? An armory isn't shown in the Assault cutaway, but during production, we'll be looking for the best place for one, likely in the front center area where the secure storage is on the base. My Ironclad. Ooh, yes. That right there. Assault for the win, baby. I was just saying that earlier, that it would be great to have that as an armory. They're going to utilize that storage or lockup area and make that our armory, weapons, armor, and they're getting closer to where you cannot be sitting in your seat with heavy armor and things of that nature. And then there's going to be clothing integration with armor. Oh man, 07 Blackwater. The Ironclad Assault has repair bay as an installed feature. Is this bay going to be able to repair more than just vehicles? For example, could it repair ship components as well? Before I reveal that answer, we did not have crafting. But let's be fair here. The Kraken owners, it's an iconic ship. It's another one of those things I was saying. What are your iconic first concept ships? Caterpillar, but easy. The Starfarer, easy. The Starfarer, the Reclaimer, iconics, the Caterpillars, the Auroras, iconic. So I would not be mad if they said it's only for the Kraken or these larger capital size ships, because it is the Kraken, right? It is iconic. But let's look at the answer to that. But yeah, the repair bay, the Carrack now, that with craft, so happy for crafting in the game, because now it's one of those features that will help enhance and improve upon current concept ships or concept ships that they're working on, right? In the dev track, like the Clipper, the Carrack. They're going to get that repair bay. Same thing maybe with the Vulcan. Same thing maybe with the Crucible. So let's look at the answer. Quick question here. Let's go back and repeat it. Ironclad Assault has a repair bay as an install feature. Is this bay going to be able to repair more than just vehicles? For example, could it repair ship components as well? Answer is yes. Repair facilities are not restricted by type, but more by volume and resources. In other words, you create the components for medium to small, possibly capital size. Nuh-uh. It's not in its, possibly not in its wheelhouse, or it could be, but by volume and resources. So not restricted by the type, but it's restricted by the volume. It's restricted by its resources. We'll discuss repair and crafting in more detail in the future, as it's a topic more expansive than this question and answer. To their point, we just received crafting. So this is one of those, they're going to table it for right now. It's a moving question. This was a great question, but at the same time, it's not truly answered because there's dependencies. And when I say dependencies, we now have crafting. This helps harden their decision making on whether or not we're going to see what that will look like for the Ironclad Assault. They didn't mention the Ironclad, though, a repair bay. Clad Assault for the win. No, I'm not. I'm just stirring up trouble, man. Let me stop. 2 iconic ships, though. These ships right here, the Clad and the Clad Assault, iconic. And it's new. It's a new concept, but we did not realize we wanted or needed this ship. And those backers who are hardliners regarding I don't do Drake, they're looking at their mouth, they're thirsty, man. It's got their mouth watering to say, I want something like that. It'll be possible. How will the self-destruction feature work in the Ironclad? Can I initiate self-destruction in the command module and detach to fly away? Or will the command module also be in self-destruction mode? So it's like are there individual switches, or there's one ship that will destroy both components, the command module and the ship itself? But look at that. Look at that in there, man. Look at that in there. And this could very well revive the distribution centers from the early concept in Star Citizen. Those large distribution centers. This will revive it, and stuff goes down and things go south. There are 2 independent self-destruct systems. One is in the command module and one is in the main hull. Setting it off in the command module will self-destruct both, though, if they are attached, while the main hull of the base ship can be triggered from the control room. That's beautiful design concept. They dialed in, man. They were focused. Beautiful. Is the command module shared between the Ironclad and the Caterpillar? And that would include the Clad Assault as well. And this is going to be an obvious yes. The command module is compatible between the Ironclad and Caterpillar. However, the Ironclad's module is a slight redesign of the original Caterpillar one, but retains a lot of the features. And let's go ahead and throw in assault as well. So yeah, it's an updated version of the command module. I cannot wait to see that. But yeah, it's going to help docking as well, right? All right. If you detach the command module, does the ironclad become a flying brick, or can you steer it from the ship itself? In other words, will there be controlled aspects of the clad and clad assault? The ironclad and ironclad assault is exclusively flown from the command module. With it detached, though, the main hull can no longer fly independently. So it's basically a quasi mini space station, right? However, and I said space station because it retains its power, it retains its cooling, and other functionality like its tractor beam control as well as self-defense. Now, there's a question within this answer highlighting self-defense. Is it sort of like the Idris where it has those automated defensive, what do they call, IDCs or IDPs? It has its own automated defenses, or do you have to man those turrets? That I want to see in the new Q&A. So it's more like a mini space station that can defend itself. So you leave it in orbit and come back to it when you need to, a base of operations. But if you're paired with a Kraken or the assault and the clad is kind of, like I said earlier, there's a lot of purposes that's behind this with org operations. So you could have someone manning a Kraken, full complementary crew, and that clad or the assault is right there next to it, and you can go down planet side, moon side, or space station and stay in orbit and come back to it to fill it up, do other things. So it's endless. It's a beautiful thing, man. How will insurance handle the detaching of the command module and loss of the main ship? Oh, wow. We're currently working on how insurance will work with the ironclad. We'll talk more on this subject closer to the ship's flyable release. That's a detailed question. I think he had 4 of them. Will the command module have a quantum drive? I love this question. Yes, there is a quantum drive aboard the command module to facilitate independent quantum travel. I want to speak on this real quick. I'm starting to see not edge cases, but issues with the jump drive not working. CIG, please make the quantum or the jump module or the jump drive bespoke. In other words, do not have it built under the quantum drive because it's not functioning the way it should. There's cases where I have to park the ship, detach it, and then reattach it to my ship to get functionality to allow me to jump through the jump gates. I'm finding out now that it's installed on the ship. It sees the jump gate, but it does not say jump gate is detected. And it's nothing wrong with it. I have to come back to the hangar and then lower the ship in the hangar and do a detach and reattach of the jump drive. And I think it's because it's not built out like the other individual components when you see them on your ship. I think you have to build out or break out that jump module separately from the quantum drive. Not have it as a stowable underneath the priority of the quantum drive. And I think that will fix it, make it its own bespoke component. This is probably why we're having the problems with a stowing issue where the jump drive becomes dormant or it falls asleep because it's under the quantum drive. So you have to disconnect, and then reconnect it. It's almost like the concept of your mouse goes to sleep on the USB drive because it's under the USB drive. You have to make it active. You have to build it out where it's a separate entity. So that way you will have that stability of the jump drive other than degradation or damage. So it'll be there. So you need to make it bespoke. separate from the quantum drive. That's what I think. That's your issue there, CIG. But yes, there, and this is another. There's this. This generates another question within that concept too. Is the command module limited? Is it only? Can it only stay within the system, or does it have a jump drive? Right? Because again, it comes under. If you have a quantum drive, you should have the jump drive, right? That needs to be clarified. Man, is the ship's heavy armor actually heavy? We need Maelstrom for that. How is it represented in game as armor? As armor isn't a thing yet in the mechanics. Relative to other ships of its size class, it is heavily armored, and that implementation will be appropriate to the mechanics in place at the time of launch. So they're gonna do something to make sure it will work, or its presence is known and it feels weighty in its flight model. But once they have the Maelstrom system, the weight of cargo, the physicalized surfaces of the ship will be present accurately in the game. So gravity, weight, extra weight that's stored will apply to fuel consumption, lift, etc. So, and even in the concept of like repair or redesign with a crucible or some other ship that will, strip off the physicalized surfaces and go with lighter metallics so that it can fly faster, heavier metallics that will make it even more of a fuel consumer and harder to achieve escape velocity from moons or planets. It's going to be a deep dive for that Maelstrom system, but once it's implemented in game, it will mature and become the concept of dreams. When you talk about weight, proper rate, and it's accurate, it will positively affect the flight model as well. Is the interior turret a tractor beam or a defense turret? I guess this is generalized between the assault and the clad. The interior turret at the rear of the cargo bay is a defense turret. So is that the assault or is that the clad? Interesting. Does the assault have tractor beams? They're listed for the base, but not the assault. Here we go. No. The clad for the win. I can hear Rocket laughing. The assault trades all its tractor beams for more firepower. If you still wish to tractor items around or on board the assault, you should bring either FPS tractor items or a tractor capable ship. That would be cool. Store it inside, and yeah. How will gravity in the cargo bay be handled? Will this Caterpillar have an air shield over the top like the Caterpillar has at the front? For example, if someone is EVAing near the top of the ship to help load cargo, it seems like a great way to fall inside the ship and get a tier 2 broken leg injury. Sounds like a Drake design feature as well. Ooh, bada-bup. That was definitely a John Crew comment right there. There is no air shield at the top of the cargo bay. That's Drake. It's about that bottom line with the Drake.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Once open, it vents to the void of space, and care must be taken in scenarios listed. Yep. And so in other words, in retrospect, say that you're on a planetary body, moon, whatever the case, you're on the surface of an entity and it has gravity. Don't be stupid and jump down there from the roof. You will get that tier 2. So that's it. That covers it, man. Possibly next month. All right. Ready to jump in the game? Let me do a bio break real quick, and I will be back. Be right back, chat. Bio break. 07. Oh, 07, everybody. Here we go. All right. All right, y'all. Gonna start this up. 07. Last we met. All right, here we go. Resource management. Definitely, we can procure some minerals, minables, etc. Oh, 07 Femra.
Oh,
All right, guys. I am. I'm here at Ida.
copy.
Oh man, look at this lamp technology.
How can Miss help you today?
Lamp technology. Look at that. Clap on, clap off.
The
Love it.
clapper.
Clap, clap. Yes. The useful clapper. And then there's the deadly clapper, the one that Quartermaster uses.
That P4.
Oh gosh. That thing, man. Whoa.
I'll grab my prospector and head over.
Yes, sir. I'll go ahead and start procuring minerals, start the search.
Man, I had found some 850 something quality. So I went to
Insane.
haul it last night, haul it to
No.
Area 18.
No.
And for some reason, Area 18 is having problems. Like, I go to land, and when I basically tuck my ship into the hangar, it does that relocating player. It's done this to me 2 or 3 times, so I've lost basically everything I've tried to refine.
Oh my gosh.
It's not ideal.
So don't go to Area 18. Maybe we need to do go to Loreville.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All my stuff's at Area 18.
Jeez. Whew. Oh, that's not fun.
No, it was a lot of work going out
Yeah.
and finding that, and but it is what it is.
Yeah, the bugs have a weird way of undermining the gameplay, the merging, or we're trying to find gameplay where we can, and it's weird how it just these bugs can just undermine all of your efforts and your ideals on, hey, we're making progress. It's crazy. And I know the most frustrating thing is I'm sure that Chris is the most frustrated behind it, as well as the devs who are putting in the effort, and you do these things, and just one sentence can just undermine everything, all the effort that they put in their work. And it's not to say we purposely do it. It's like what you just said. It's like, I did this, I did that, and this is the result. And it's it's low hanging fruit for people who want to just say, I want to just wreck your day by bringing that comment out, and they do, but even the objective way of what you even how it doesn't matter how objective you are, which you are in that space of describing what happened. It's so deflative with all their efforts and what they're trying to do. It's heartbreaking, man. It's backbreaking as well. And it's like, oh man, we're getting close, but 2 steps forward, 5 steps back. And it's not you're purposely trying to bash them. You're just stating facts, man. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I know they probably already know about the bugs and everything.
Whew. Yeah.
And it's evident to me that they are working to fix everything.
Yeah.
But one concern I have is with this sort of new patch cadence that they have.
Mm-hmm. And what's
like
that? Explain that to me.
Yes. So with the new patch cadence that they have, they're basically trying to push something every 2 to 3 weeks. It seems like.
Okay.
With the major stuff being
every other month.
Every other month.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
So what worries me about that is that we're never really going to get longevity testing on the servers. You know, 'cause they're going to be constantly being restarted every couple weeks.
Yes.
And it's like, well, usually when we start to see problems is when the servers have been up for a long time and they start to degrade.
Yes.
So I mean, I'm sure they're way smarter than me.
Yeah,
that's just one concern I had.
That's one aspect of it. Yeah, whenever the bugs really show themselves when you have, like you said, sustained operation on these or these player sessions. When they get really long, it really shows itself. Those bugs really rear its head. That could be due to the lack of the next step of server meshing, right? That you can always question that until we get it in our hands. But to your point, to what you're saying, and I think my ideals kind of connect with what you're saying, Finra, was that they want to get as many of the features into a 1.0 status so they can come back and say, let's do a longevity patch fix, right? So it's more of bear with us, but we're going to try to run this as fast as we can as far as feature richness and getting it to the finish line of a 1.0. Now, if there's game breaking aspects of it, we're gonna address it with the hero teams. But yeah, I think it's more of the concept of the balance being kind of like it's weighted on one side. So if you, in other words, the lack of features is a thing that saying that everything that you put in the game is going to create a bug. So they're like, hell, damn if we do, damn if we don't. But if you can put a mass amount of features in game, you can do an all halt stop and say, now let's go ahead and triage and stabilize everything. And then the concept is we have most of the features in, we're able now to make those bugs stick and keep everything stabilized, and then it's a smaller trickle in of features because most of the stuff that we've had in concept for 1.0 is in. I think that's probably a possible narrative of it all as well. So yeah, it's a slippery slope, man. Do you see these winds, those solar winds? Look at that, the debris and stuff. Is that new? I don't, or this is new, or this is normal. I think weather effects.
Each moon's different.
Okay.
I'm not sure what Ida's like, but I know when I was mining out, when was that? It was for some resource drive event a couple months back.
Yeah, I remember
I
that.
was mining out on Clio. And man, I tell you what, you get blown around by the wind.
Yeah.
Even if you hold your space brake while you're trying to mine, you still gotta keep adjusting.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Extra complexities while you mine. That's fun. Challenge accepted, CIG. Dude, are you familiar with Azlerite? I've never seen this before. This is a new one for me. Azlerite.
Yeah, I need it for some of the stuff I make. For my Defiance helmet.
I got Azlerite on my screen. If you're seeing it, I'm here for you, man. Let's
Just
go.
haven't found good quality. I'm trying
excuse
to
me.
craft. Well, I mean, I'm trying
You
to
see
craft
this?
the full set.
Chat, you hear this? I'm trying to help a guy. I was like, I don't deal with anything less than 400 quality.
No. I'm trying to make a 750 plus set. So
Okay.
as long as it's 750 plus,
Okay.
everything.
We're on it.
I'm not
Okay.
going for the really in game yet,
Yeah.
because man, I still haven't seen anything over 900.
I think my unicorn was 911. Okay, Azlerite, I have 608.
That's pretty high.
Yeah. That was when we did the rock cracker and we went inside that the rock itself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a 911. Here I have a 608. So 750 is your threshold, Fimber?
Yeah. For
Okay.
me.
I'll pass it up, man. Let me look at this one.
And then one thing you might think of for the low quality stuff is figure out what ammo you use,
Right.
and then you can just craft low quality, or you can use a low quality ore for that
Okay. Yep.
if you have the blueprint for it.
Yes. I upgraded the radar, so I have a lot of entities on here now that I'm seeing. I see you're 22 gigameters out.
Yeah, I've got to go pick up my prospector. It's at
07.
her L2,
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
so I'll
sir.
be a minute.
Well, I hope you're having a good weekend, Femra. Chat, you as well. Hopefully things are lining up for you all.
They are, oddly enough. Don't necessarily want to go into it on stream, but
Prayers have been answered. That's all I can say.
things might be turning around.
Yes. Yep. That's awesome, man.
With the game too, I gotta say, like,
right.
I mean, it's like the crafting stuff has kind of brought me back in,
Yeah.
wanting to get,
Yeah.
the pieces that I wear all the time and wanting to be able to craft those. That
Yeah.
does get you coming back.
Yeah. Your hero items, they're kind of like
basically.
your hero items. Yeah. Like the Batcave and Batman has his iconic things that says, hey, this was this was that was this. Yeah, for sure.
But
meaningful.
there is, I don't think you can craft the arms that I like.
Why is that?
Well, if you can, I just haven't been able to find them.
Oh,
Mac Flex arms black.
Interesting. Interesting.
I haven't been able to find the recipe for them.
Oh, wow. So you're on a quest now. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I
Meaningful.
pretty much have everything else. I need
wow.
the Geist pants as well.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, you did
Still
mention
gotta
that
run
in the
that.
chat. Yep. We can
ASD.
yeah, we can pull resources and then we can pivot to like blueprint procurements and things of that nature.
Oh man, I'm in no rush today. I got rest of the day here.
Nice. And it's fairly early is for us, so you know how I stream.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's only 1:45.
That's it. What? That's all? We got
I know.
missions to do, man.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
But I did a little prequel to the Ironclad, man. I think that's another thing. These other ships are coming in. I think the what they
You
are
own
talking. Yes, the Assault.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So I got a mini station for us. Procurement of
So
resources.
how do you envision using that for operations, or for for you personally? How do you envision using that ship?
To actually, well, I want to be able to procure resources for all of us as the system is kind of expanding, because we're looking at a full Nyx, and then right after that Castra. You know how that goes. 1.0, we're gonna have 5 systems and beyond. You want to be able to utilize a way to pull a great amount of resources, but at the same time, you want to be able to protect yourself as well as your org members, and while you do these operations. And so the narrative is, if we collectively procure things and gain access. I mean, gain resources. It only strengthens what we do as individuals as well as an org, kind of fulfilling all of our needs on a collective purpose. And so you need a kind of ship that can kind of be a basis for all things you want to do, especially with the crafting and resource management aspects that are coming into the game. So yeah, it's a way and a means to protect us, but at the same time allow us to do an op without a lot of resistance from whether it's PvPers or NPCs at the same time. So that's my purpose for it.
And do you think the command module for that is going to be interchangeable with the one for the Caterpillar?
I think they said that they're all similar. It's the same. Well, the concept is new now for the command module, but they've since then, as they were working on it, they're ensured that. Now that's a great question because it should be compatible. Now it may not be compatible due to bug issues. We got to really test that thing out. But I truly believe because it's the Drake brand and they're having that kind of versatility within Drake, I would wholeheartedly say that, yeah, you can take that command module and be interchangeable between the Cat, Clad, as well as the Assault seamlessly. But to add to that, Fimra, and I say this to CIG, I say don't stop with that command module. Make that a thing of, make that particular ship a ship that people would want based upon having the ability not just to connect to those 3 ships, but also future ships down the line that are the concept of parasite ships, where they talked about where it's about, you're tucking a smaller ship into a larger ship. I think it's open-ended, and I think I would love to see them expand that concept by saying we can do that with the docking methods that now we've come to understand and basically set up in the game engine with the new command module. So I would love to see maybe a large or a medium-sized all crafting unit that connects to the Drake command module or refinery. Bring out the expanse, but then give Drake the chance to answer refining with that kind of module as an example, connecting that. And then people say, I got to have that command module, right? It's,
remember, the Caterpillar is supposed to have modules as well.
Correct. Right. It's its
so
own
they
entity.
could add a refinery.
Yeah. Yes. Wholeheartedly agree.
You
Medical.
change out those sections.
Yep.
Add sections.
Yep. And
like all that will be a thing.
Man, I know, and it's crazy because you're talking about reselling a brand that's already there, but has it goes beyond the Mark II concept. It goes into the narrative of total upgrade, a new variant within the design language that is Drake. All of a sudden, people who scoffed at Drake, they would have to look at it and say, I don't like Drake, but I respect it.
Does it get the job done? Was it the old saying, function over form?
Yes, wholeheartedly.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Wait, what happened to the stash? So if I understand the purpose of this question, it's just for the command module from the Caterpillar to replace the one of the Ironclad. It's a good insurance abuse there. They're working on the insurance part. That's later on once they get it out into the wild. Insurance altogether is going to be revamped, and they're going to get that all reeled in once we get closer to 1.0, the insurance claims and everything. High risk, higher premiums, things of that nature. Oh my gosh, Quantanium is showing up. I don't believe this. Who wants
Too bad it doesn't
Quantanium?
have any value. I mean, it still sells for stuff to the vendors, but it's not used in any crafting recipes right now.
Oh my God.
Quality doesn't matter.
Dude, what day? I mean, when did it come to the day of you snubbing? We're looking at Quantanium and saying, I don't have time for that. It's risky anyway.
4.7.
My God. Yes. Great comeback right there. Kudos. Touche, sir. Holy smokes. We are snubbing Quantanium right now. What?
Yep.
Unbelievable.
I mean, if you want to sell it for money, you can still make good money.
Yeah. Now
But I think-
now I'm going back to it.
If you want to trade, people are looking for high quality of crafting materials.
Yes. Now, with the Starfarer, the Vulcan, once that becomes a thing of refuel, once they come up with a tier 1, maybe you can sell it directly to a owner of those ships, and they can do some amazing things with it and turn that into great fuel. The crafting of fuel, the quality of fuel, right? That would be amazing. That you can take the raw Quantanium and do a special or updated version of refining and incorporate it into the tanks of the Starfarer and the Vulcan. Then the value comes back. Mm-hmm.
I think that should definitely be a thing.
Yes.
Like, because I know the Starfarer and the the Expanse,
Yes.
they will have onboard refineries.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's great. Yeah.
So
Yep.
you should be able to take even just raw ore
Yes. Yep.
and put it in there to refine it.
Yeah. And you find or discover additives that will enhance it and make it even better,
So how do
as
you
far as
think,
fuel consumption? Mm-hmm.
How do you think the Starfarer is going to go about collecting stuff? Because, I mean, it doesn't have any lasers to suck things up or mining heads to break stuff. So
For now.
it's going to have to rely
Yeah.
on miners for Quantanium if they want to make quantum fuel.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, do we mine hydrogen? Or how do we get hydrogen to make hydrogen fuel?
That's funny that you say, and I'm glad you said that, because when you said mine it, and immediately the early concept was scooping. Now you've introduced the narrative to say, why not both? If you're talking about how that's to be extracted or how you find that, and should it all be on the the backs of the mining ships? Should the Starfarer, or could the Starfarer have some sort of device or modular component that you add that can extract from rock or ore or asteroids the hydrogen trapped inside the rock itself? Maybe you come back and revamp that, but definitely fuel scooping. I would say some ships they talked about have that concept, but they've yet to physicalize it and make that a thing. But when you talk about the Vulcan, you talk about the Starfarer, it should be the bespoke version, the highest level of that functionality. So yeah, I would say those ships should be the premium. They should be the quintessential fuel extractors or scoopers in the concept of what is fueling and how should it be disseminated into the game with other ships. So it will come back to a new concept of and revitalization or renaissance of the Starfarer and the Vulcan, even though we don't have the Vulcan. So one will benefit the other. So I would say get on that, start creating that CIG and the concepts of what the Starfarer will do under its wheelhouse, under the guidance of fuel in general. It's very expansive, and I'm glad you mentioned the part about mining for it or drilling for it or using some sort of special, like the laser components that you can change out. It's not weapons, but maybe it can function through a remote thing on the in the station of the Starfarer, and you go ahead and
okay.
yeah, yep,
You know
Yep.
what they could do even is modify the little boom arms that are used
Modifiers.
for
Perfect.
refueling,
Yes, beautiful.
and then
Yep.
you can have that be a scooper or have that be a siphon.
yeah,
Are they doing
extractor.
siphoning?
Or extraction. Yeah, siphoning. Yes, exactly. Siphoning from an asteroid. So it gives you, it changes your UI, right? So it looks more like the mining UI, but it's an extractor that's on the fuel nozzle, and you can operate it from the remote seat. Oh my gosh, that's wonderful, man.
Well, that they're gonna have to do some reworking of that Starfarer.
Yes. People paid a lot of money for that ship, and it's iconic. And as we increase the footprint, with 1.0, you have 5 systems. So definitely, we want that ship to be in the forefront of our travel, our movement about into the game. So it's bespoke to how far can you go without it. You know, it's
Well,
it's,
and I would like to just live out of it.
yes,
Because man, I'll tell you what, after refueling you guys the other night, those 6 tanks will last me a while.
very nice.
So I can literally
Yeah.
just kind of go around chilling, waiting for beacons,
Yes. Yep.
and that I don't know, that to me is a good experience.
Yeah. Yeah. Your purpose is there to. You're operating as a mobile gas station, basically, a
Yeah.
refinery. Yeah, and refinery. 07 Ty.
Well, and it doesn't have to just be gas that I'm selling. What if I've got some crafted P4 ARs that Quartermaster made and wants to get rid of and sell?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, hey, I got some fuel. You guys need ammo or
Trade,
guns?
baby. Yep. Trading. Yep.
So it all comes together when you start to force players and force interactions.
Yeah. It goes
Right
back.
now, you don't have to do that.
Yeah. It
so
goes
much.
back to that concept, which give the players the tools and watch them create the gameplay.
Mm-hmm. That's what Sandbox is about.
Yep. That's a lot
Right,
of
I'm in my
potential.
prospector.
07, sir. Lots of potential.
Headed your way.
07. So 07, everybody, chat. We are in the business of procuring resources. We're starting with mining. We're working as an operation to procure resources, and then from there, we are going to go after blueprints. Vic said he stepped away for a bit. Yeah, so Ty is saying, in my opinion, fuel scooping should be low quality. It should be low quality fuel that is just enough to get you somewhere. For your bespoke and default ships, that's not the quintessential for fuel, right? So Ty, I would agree with that. I like that. But when it comes to the Starfarer, what about the concept of its UI is specialized where it can filter out or it can refine the low quality to higher qualities by adding additives or deciding where you're on a you find like veins of high quality scooping. So in other words, just like the concept of mining, the Starfarer can go into to some extent close proximity to these gas clouds, right? Because of its hull density, it can withstand a lot of the pressures and kind of monitor when they are about to enter into a high level or high quality stream of hydrogen that's produced from these gas giants. So they're doing some sort of monitoring on their radar, and it starts to pick up the high quality. So it opens up the fuel scoop, and they see where the percentages are high. So the scoop is open. So when the percentages started to dip down through the monitoring, you shut off the filter, right? That's gameplay right there, man. That's very unique from any other ship because it's basically the Starfarer's wheelhouse. So, but for the other ships that just have your basic scooping, you get what you get. Now you can randomly or be lucky and get a high quality, but the Starfarer has the filtering of you know those quality levels, or being able to add these additives to make it better, but not as good as the bespoke quality gas contents within the gas giant. Yeah, I think to that point, you don't want the ships to zero out with hydrogen. Like you said, the low quality, they burn out really quick, right? With the Starfarer introducing the quality level aspects and being able to procure those quality levels, you will say to yourself, I have a large op that's going to take me several systems across. I need to get with a Starfarer and procure the high quality hydrogen levels, because we're going to expand. We're going to go beyond those 5 planets. So right now they have time to just, think about that concept and apply it accordingly. But imagine if we're 10, 15 systems in and all of a sudden there's going to be pushback to say, CIG, this isn't the concept. This doesn't feel realistic in a way. I have this small ship traveling like this across these distances, and it doesn't require a Starfarer to intercede and help it. No.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Starfarer is like, hey, I'm being undercut here, CIG. Aslarite. I'm seeing some Aslarite here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes, sir. 545 on that quality. Okay.
I don't know if Aslarite is used for any of the ammunition people use.
Mm-hmm. But it's always great to have it, if it comes up and you say, oh, I do need it for this, I have it.
There's a 700. The big one.
You said 100?
700.
Oh, 700? That's almost in your wheelhouse. So are you going to stay on the 750, or are you kind of...
I'm good with 700.
Okay. The needle has moved.
Well, I mean, I don't know that I'll craft with it, but
hey, it's
someone
good.
will. I'll
Yeah,
save it for
exactly.
whoever wants it.
Imagine if it's ammo, but 690 is a no, right? Okay, 700. Yeah, I think that's a great number. It's a whole number, and
Well, I looked at crafting with some 800 something, 890 on what was it? I think it was the core armor.
yeah,
And it raised it about 5%. So it went from 30% to 35%.
that's worth
So that's
it.
kind of substantial.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Okay,
We got
I'm
to
at
hit this
20%.
one.
Yes, sir. I'm at 20%.
All right, I'm
Should've-
full.
Okay, I'm at 50%.
Oh,
Oh, damn. Oh, yeah. That's I turned it off. Okay, there we go.
okay, I'm at
Wow.
100.
Okay, I'm at 20%. It was just an immediate ramp up. Yeah, that 20%. Okay, proximity
That's a
is going to be
tiny
my
window.
controller. Yeah, I think I need to bring my Hofstede. We both have Lancets. I'm going to
I
bring
have
the
a Helix.
You have a Helix? Okay, I have a Lancet. Maybe 2 Helixes is going to do it. I'm at 20%. Okay, it's off.
All right, so I got to feather it.
I'm off. Yep, you got the feather. Oh, God.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
God.
it's
Okay,
jumping
back
all
away,
over.
back away, back away, back away. Oh, shit.
We made it. We're good.
Whew.
We just won't get a good yield from it. Let's see
It's
if it
yours,
blew
man.
all that 700 away.
Ah. Maybe I need to bring the Hofstede. I'll go get the Hofstede. Lancet is not good for this mission.
See, that's another thing that this ship needs. It needs like a little rack or something that you can just have mining heads on the exterior of the ship.
Mm-hmm. Mark II, is that the Mark II, or should that be in the hands of the Expanse? It can carry those things on it. And you can switch them
Well,
out.
yeah, but you, well, I mean, I guess, but you'd kind of like that on your own ship, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Or both. Why not both? Why not both?
Yeah, like a little exterior rack, or it could just be a single piece of cargo grid
Yes.
that those will stick to.
Yep. Underneath its belly or something.
Yeah. And you're supposed to be able to filter inert materials with the prospector as well.
Yeah.
So I still don't know how that works or how it's going to work. I know there's that little back door that you can let down
Yes.
in the prospector, but there's nothing there.
Mining mode off. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
All right.
It seems like they're sticking pretty close to what they laid out at CitizenCon, though.
They are. Because isn't Siege of Orson on the horizon?
I think so. Once they
Yeah.
figure out instancing.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Instancing of it. So I'm curious how potent the NPCs will be, how stable the overall mission giver will be. Like it's set up in stages of accomplishments. That's going to be interesting as to how potent it can be, how precise it will be, snappy, functioning on a high level. Hopefully, it works without any hitches at all. But it's going to be interesting to see how it's pulled off.
Do you think it'll be another situation where you got to grind a bunch of rep?
To procure get that mission, that's another concept too. I would not be surprised. Like, that's good that you mentioned that. I would not be surprised because it's now a definitive part of what they want to do now. They're not just going to hand it to you or you get it, because it's behind a wall of potential blueprints and things of that nature, craftable items or rare items. Yeah, you're gonna grind for that. They're gonna make you grind, man. Especially.
True.
That was pretty good, Fenrir, mentioning that, because it's brand new now.
Yeah, I'm just, like the rock breaker thing.
Oh yeah.
You can't do that if you don't grind.
Yep. Yep. You do not get the biscuit if you do not risk it. Yeah, they are dead set about that. They're like, and that's Chris's narrative. You're gonna roll up your sleeves. No hand holding. No hand holding. Grind up, roll up those sleeves, put in some elbow grease. I'm okay with that. Oh shit.
I think as long as they keep it kind of the way it is now, where as long as somebody in the party has done the rep grind and can initiate the quest or the mission.
I agree. I thought that was pretty cool that they did that. Yep, I thought that was a treat, and that was a benefit of. I like that layer too. Glad you mentioned that, because Chris is like, put in the work, but also I'm going to encourage multiplayer in this game. That's gonna be a benefit to you all. If someone grinds for it, fine, but if you multiplay, even better. You all benefit from it. I love that. Those narratives merge and they fit perfectly. So yeah, that's cool. That's real cool.
Well, it has to be that way. If they're gonna have an MMO RPG or whatever you want to call it, this MMO space sim,
Yes.
then it has to have those sort of social interactions.
100. 100. Penrith. 100. Yep. And I think the Siege of Orson, it precludes, or it's the it will segue over to the what is that called, the lower depths. They're going to take that.
Oh, municipal works or whatever it is.
Yes. I mean, like, not just the initial one, but the tier 0. We're talking about like creatures and all this other stuff that's down there, and the future things of that. I mean, not just Nyx. You're going to get it for Area 18 as well. You know.
I hope so. I hope they come in at the same time.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Can they pull that off? Probably not, because of, we get excited, right? And then the development or the work that goes in on the back end through the devs, it takes time. That's the thing that kind of discourages us, but we have to respect their input and the complexities of it. I wish it would be. I wish it was a button and then click and it's done. But yeah, it's so important that they basically, damn, it's at her L2. Okay, I'll do this. I'll tuck that one in. I'll go get it at her L2 real quick.
I know we're only in one quarter, but it does
I know.
feel like they've sort of found their groove a little this year.
This is still first quarter?
No, we just finished.
Oh yeah, we just finished.
In
Yeah,
March.
yeah, after March. Yeah, that's pretty good though. It's pretty good. Yeah, I have to agree to that.
Ta wants an in-person Citizen Con. If they were to do that, where would you want it to be?
Oh man. It can't be a singular one, man. If they're doing a Citizen Con in person, you know that's Squadron 42. Unless something major has curtailed it or held it up. You can't just do one. That wouldn't be fair. Especially now that there's no LA studio, right? People would say, "Oh, it's LA." This
Oh,
actors.
I got one for you. What if they did it in Vegas at that big dome thing and had spaceships flying around that dome or whatever?
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What do they call it? The sphere? You know?
Oh boy, that
How
would be
crazy would that be?
Yeah, yeah. I would have to say, because they went with the CitizenCon Direct, it was a setup for them to do a multiple. There was cost savings involved with that, because they knew that, you know, Squadron 42 is imminent. And so instead of doing the, you know, full CitizenCon, it became Star Citizen Direct. And people were like, it's a video, blah, blah, blah. No, it was setting it up for the release of Squadron 42, which now, and especially with the investors investing on a Squadron 42, it's go time.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
This is where they take that investment and then actually pepper in multiple locations. But you will have one main. But the question, here's the deeper question: where will the main site for CitizenCon be? And the other ones will be satellite versions. Maybe you'll have a Captain Zylo at the Austin, and some of the devs that are locally there. You're going to have a Benoit in place. You're going to have a Brian Chambers. Shout out to Brian Chambers, man. There in Frankfurt. So it will probably be the main the main hub will be the UK, Manchester for Chris. Chris will be there. Henry Cavill will be there. He's Brit. Damn, man. And that will be the premium spot. But hey, man, Captain Zilo, he can hold his own, man. I'll be glad to be here if I can get a ticket. Be in Austin. But yeah, they got to do multiples. Benoit in Montreal, finally representing Montreal properly. Vive la France. Montreal, representing them well. Actually doing something. But here's the funny part. We can't clone Jared. So that's the question. Will Jared be a clone or will he be an animated version of himself? That's the real question.
He'll be a puppet.
Or puppet. Him and Joey Crew.
Yep, both of them.
Oh no! Stop it! No, I can't take that. No. Oh man, animated, a puppet, and a real one between the two. A mean face and a smiley face of John Crew. Oh no, man, that would be too much. Oh gosh.
Then they can be in 3 places for sitcoms.
Yes. Oh my God. And when he's not on camera, he can voice the animation, or he can script it. Yeah.
Works out.
Or the puppet. Yeah, he can voice the puppet. That would be iconic, man. That would be one hell of a performance for Jared. He's like, oh my God, Kimmy, I'm gonna kill you. But yeah, multiples for Squadron 42. That's the perfect venue for advertising, backed by the Calder's investment group. Money well spent, bringing in the stars in certain areas, maybe, or having them all in the UK.
Well, many of them live in the UK, right?
Definitely Cavill and Gary Oldman. They're Brit. Maybe Mark Strong as well. I have a question.
Who was the guy? He was in Game of Thrones. I forget his name.
Yes, he had the beard. What? Oh man, I don't know his name.
Yeah, he was the Onion Knight.
Yes, for sure. That would be cool. Yeah, he's Brit as well. So, yeah, the majority. It would be easy for them to kind of be there. It's a no-brainer. Here's my question: is Gillian Anderson British?
I don't think so. I think she's Canadian.
Okay. Oh, Montreal for Gillian Anderson. Oh my God, that works. Oh, that's perfect, man. Hello. That's perfect. Oh my gosh. Rona Mitra, she's Brit. She'll probably be there. Wow. Okay, I gotta go to her L1 to procure my other prospector.
Man, that low light amplification thing is pretty insane.
Oh, the low light. Oh, lamp.
Yep.
Is that a good insane or a bad insane?
I don't know. Maybe it's good and bad.
Yeah, it needs some refinement.
It sort of takes away darkness being a factor in anything.
Yeah, but at the same time, the darkness is darkness, man. It was brutal.
Yeah.
Oh my God, many ships was destroyed because of that. Many, but I think the global illumination may help with that. So it may. I think maybe was it a quick solution, or a quick, grab for that, as opposed to, hey, it's going to take us some time for global illumination, or will they introduce a proper global illumination once we get the migration from the current planetary tech to the Genesis, aka Planetary Tech 5, and incorporate global illumination there?
I don't know. It would be good to get an update on all that because we haven't heard anything since CitizenCon.
Okay, that is the word of the day, CitizenCon. Fenrir, I'll start with you. What do you think we'll see, or what would you like to see for this CitizenCon? Not with the exception, leaving Squadron 42 out of it, because we know that's the impending thing. What do you think outside of Squadron 42 do they or should they introduce, or do you think they're going to introduce?
Well, I would definitely like to see a social tools and orgs, all that stuff, actually come out and come to function. I'd also like to see the stuff they kind of talked about a few years ago with the interaction systems and the narrative story that they had talked about.
Ooh.
For the PU.
Yeah.
Something that's cohesive, because right now we kind of have these little chunks, these easily digestible, like the Dr. Jorrit missions and the all that kind of stuff, ASD, blah blah blah. But there's no cohesive story.
Yeah.
That's kind of like almost what would be akin to leveling up in WoW. We need something like that.
Yeah.
Where you when you're new to the game, you start off with your starter ship, and then you kind of choose what path you want or whatever, and there's a story there that you can follow and get involved in and get pulled off for side missions, or hey, what's this,
Yeah.
But there should be something that at the end there's some ultimate reward, something big, since there's no leveling like there is in traditional MMOs. The reward structure and stuff is going to have to be a little bit different as well. But there should still feel like an ultimate win, I think.
Yes.
I don't know how you do that. It's going to be different for everybody, probably.
Yes.
But there's got to be something.
Yes. I think that's a great answer. If I was to piggyback off of that, Fenrir, I would say it all derives, or it all comes from playing or being introduced to Squadron 42, where you have a basis of what this world is about. And then from there, with the 1.0 incorporated into the storyline, potentially, you're branching off into these different segments of what the possibilities are within the persistent universe post Squadron 42. Squadron 42 lays out its foundation of who you are, why you're here, your purpose, and then post or during chapter 1, 2, and 3, you play Squadron 42, and then you branch off into 1.0, and you say, yes, we understand that it was in the past, but now I see what the foundation of through Squadron 42, I see the foundation of the persistent universe. Now I'm tasked with, by my choices, this feeling of I'm having this freedom of saying, yeah, I'm retired or I'm a vet, and now I want to be a miner, or I want to haul things because I know how to navigate. Well, hell, I was so damn good at Squadron 42, playing it on expert level or highest level. I'm definitely FPS, and I can get it done. So you branch into these narratives of that universe, and those aspects that tie into 1.0. And like you said, you have to have a story of that. You have to be introduced. You have to have a reputation that's backing your efforts, and you go through that, and you level up. The gameplay is meaningful. You have resource management. You're a go-to. You're someone that's relied upon. And now all of a sudden, you're fully entrenched into this universe as it expands out. You're finding these new relationships or these collaborations, or you're finding your oppositions and competitors, and now all of a sudden you have this virtual life. You're in the realm, in the world of what Chris had in the early concepts of privateer or freelancer. You're a privateering freelancer now, and you're entrenched in this world. But yet you were introduced to the game itself and its mechanics through Squadron 42. Now you have a narrative of how you operate, right? Whether you're good or bad, or you're perceived as such, your reputation will stick with you. And you have to get yourself out of these jams, whether as an individual or collectively as an org. So it's an ongoing story. It's a story that you're carving out and making your own legacy with. It has that potential. So I appreciate that statement or that concept of bringing it in and nailing it and being able to say, this is essentially what Star Citizen is, but it's an ongoing story because you're living in that world, and it is not scripted. It is basically, it's instanced. Things happen randomly, and at the same time they persist. So that's really cool.
Well, one thing about that is I think that they'll need to still make it. I mean, it's still a game. It's going to have to be recycled content. So not everything can be random and different every time we experience it. And I'm kind of more talking about that with the story. It needs to be able to stand alone for people who do not play Squadron 42.
Right. That's great.
So
that's good.
You know, it's great that if you've played Squadron 42, you have that lore, you have all that kind of stuff, and you might have bonuses that carry over.
I like that.
But I think it definitely needs to be able to stand on its own for people to just buy Star Citizen and play Star Citizen.
Yeah, and you have to play Squadron 42 to understand what's going on with it. You can make your own story, or it's enough content that you understand what Star Citizen is. So that's great. That's a good comeback. That's a good counter thought on that, because you should be able to say, hey, I like this game and I see some things that I like. I like that ship that's carrying all those boxes, man, and you're getting paid for that. So you step in and you follow that narrative. So I totally agree. It shouldn't be, if you don't play Squadron 42, you've lost the message, or you're missing that component. I totally get what you're saying, and I agree with it. They have to attack it on all fronts. You know, I've heard these narratives of, if there's a legacy here, or there's a long history of it, but you shouldn't be dinged or penalized because you haven't played Squadron 42. You know, you should be able to get into the game and say, it's great because I did this and I like that. But what's the Squadron 42 thing? I didn't know that there was a Squadron 42. It should be that narrative of understanding the game, and you have different avenues of entering in. And at the same time, everyone is agreeing they are having a great time. But then they start sharing information, and they're like, I didn't know you can do that with cargo. When did you learn that? Or I didn't know there was a Squadron 42. Like you said, each component should be able to stand on its own and unfold a great storytelling aspect of this universe. And so it's kind of like going to, here's the perfect analogy, Fimber, and I'm sure a lot of people would agree with this. You go to a great restaurant and they do quite a few things very well. Or a restaurant can be so good that you say, man, I love how they do their fried rice, or what, I'll just throw that there. They do it great. And then you see these other items. It's like, I'm not sure about it, but let me try it. Oh my God, it's just as good as this other item. That's the analogy. Different things on the menu, but damn, it's all good.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Right, and you don't got to order everything.
Exactly. Or you can stick with that Thai fried rice and say, I'm good every time. Yeah, I see those other things, but I'm good with this. And nobody's judging you for it, because they got to say, yeah, it's good as hell.
But you know, CIG has yet to prove themselves. So when
Challenge
Squadron
accepted.
42 drops,
Yep.
that'll be, hey, look at that, 783 Azlerite, but it's impossible for me to break.
Well, well, it won't be for too long because I got the ship and I'm on my way. Oh, matter of fact, hold on. Let me make sure I got it. Oh yeah, I got the
Oh,
hostage.
when
Yes,
I
sir.
put the laser on it, and now it's medium.
Oh, damn. Okay, that's weird, huh?
I'm getting a little laggy.
Oh, desync.
Yeah.
Do we have the server hot or?
No.
Is saying, on the contrary to that, there's also need to be mechanics in place for people to lose things to give people reasons to keep going back for those materials, weapons, etc. Right now, we don't have a dynamic economy, which is why people have trillions in this game. The story should be enough to yeah. So materials, I think there's the conversation of we're waiting on Maelstrom. How robust will Maelstrom be? How restrictive would it be? Because we're talking about damages. We've seen the early demos of Maelstrom in its tier 0 form of, destroying a wall or destruction right there, right? Going forward, CIG has shown us they've taken a mechanic and repurposed it. And based upon the early concepts of Maelstrom system, they said that they're able to utilize it in a way that things degrade or just totally get, destroyed. So it's a question of, will Maelstrom kind of be that cornerstone for degradation, wear and tear? Will it fall under the line of, or will it be tasked with taking control of misfires with weapons, degradation? As you use, the more you use something, you see the percentage levels of its integrity start to wear down, and you have this mechanic of, yeah, I have this item, so now I'm going in and doing the physicalized repairs of these items. So that is a dynamic in itself where it becomes, it's maintenance and the maintenance cost behind it. How do you upkeep it? Do you add materials to it to bring its integrity back up to a level, or do you add lower quality things and it eats away at its quality? Those are the concepts of how will the Maelstrom system or some other system we haven't heard of yet that will kind of dictate real time the state of these items that we procure or we craft through the usage of material crafting and the quality levels. How is it leveraged? Because at the end of the day, you can have 900 quality on something, but there's a rate of decay that is associated with those items through wear and tear. So it's probably more than likely the logic is the higher the quality, the slower it degrades in time, as opposed to the lower qualities, and it's a faster degradation through damage and usage and things of that nature. Or it's a lemon, or if it's like really low quality, it's a lemon off the assembly belt right off the bat, bad goods. So you're like, man, I gotta increase the quality levels. But yeah, that's another dynamic. I don't know how long that would take, but it sounds like it would be pretty complex. I don't know. Maybe Maelstrom will utilize its metrics and its bespoke mechanisms to make it easier for that to work in real time better, and which will then utilize the dynamics of the economy because of that system itself. It's very important. Hence why we don't see Maelstrom right now. Yeah, but it's Todd says I'm not talking about damages. I'm talking about things you collect in the verse, whether that is degradation, stolen, or etc. But it still has to adhere to the state and its life longevity, right? So its lifespan it should be dictated as to when you use it, how does it hold up, and then there's a metric of it holds up well because of its quality. It does not hold up well because of its lack of quality. So it's I still believe that there is a bespoke um, uh, mechanism behind that, and it has to be governed by a system that stays accurate and stable, which could very well be Maelstrom or some derivative from Maelstrom. I'm right here, Fimmer. But yeah,
Cover that.
yeah. If you find it, you can improve upon it, right? Same concept here, Ta. Glad you mentioned that. Like with Lorville, I want to see it as a great dumpster dive, right? And that dumpster dive means you find something and you can, resuscitate it and make it better, right? That would be cool.
Man, these are super volatile, so
Azlerite, yep,
be careful.
yep. I have a better window though. Money sinks,
783.
since get the need. Nice. Oh, that's in your that's in your wheelhouse of the 750. Pretty cool. Oh, 783 right here, Fimra. It's got it easy. I got a good window on it. How's your window looking on it?
I'm scooping.
Okay, this one I have to break. Oh, look, the window is... Oh, she's thicker, man. This window is thick. Nice. I'm glad I did procure the this. And see, I'm using my loaner prospector with the different modules, so I can, kind of bring them in as I need them.
Mm-hmm.
This is cool.
I can see how you would want to have different heads on the mole so you can get best results.
But doesn't it go back to what you were saying? If you have the laser heads stored in the area on the ship, on or off the ship, and then you can land and then change them out. It's a time sink.
I mean, you can do that with the mole.
Yeah. Yep. And with the mole, I would say multiples, as opposed to the prospector one. It can hold one extra, which is enough. It's a starter ship. Same thing with the Golem, the Golemox. Is it the Golemox or is the Golem? Oh, the Golem. The Golemox is the cargo variant.
Right.
Yep. Being real careful with this, Trevor. 10%. This is going to be a nice break right there, man. There you go. Yeah, we got some desync issues where it's kind of trying to scan. Yeah, Tyler's talking about the millions of UEC and yeah, it won't. I agree in a sense of utilizing that kind of gameplay, using that system right now, Ty, and it's not a recipe of success going forward for CIG. It would not allow the game to be successful because it would kill it because there's no challenge. Of course, there's going to be mechanisms there that's going to ensure that we get some dynamic aspects and challenges via the economy because yeah, it's too easy to have these hundreds and millions and not, potentially billions in the game, and there's no challenge for you. It's going to make for a boring experience. So yeah, they're going to come up with something where it's kind of like I use the analogy of the Star Wars and the Empire and the Rebellion, and they're just like the Empire itself, which represents the economy. It's robust, but you as the user or the person, the individual that lives in that structure of the economy, man, things are scarce. They're hard to come by. There's instances where things work in your favor, but yeah, there's things that is a detriment to procuring things, right? And it's harder to procure things, right? Because there's certain dynamics where it's going to force you to travel further out for those things. We've yet to see that, but once they get that in, I think that's going to make for a special and challenging and complex dynamic to the structure that is the economy in itself. That's foundational. I think we need a lot more of the features before we really get into a dynamic for that. I think the testing aspect with the millions and billions that we're able to procure, I think it has a lot to do with how robust is the system. Can it keep account of accurately of these assets that we have or these resources? So I think that's part of the testing too, Ty, as opposed to let's dial it in right now and then get something working. Then you see further down the line that there's a hidden bug somewhere that it's not doing what it's supposed to do. So I think this, for me, I think it's part of the testing aspect, and making sure that this system is robust enough to handle things, and then move on to the dynamics that will be the economy, that is the money sink, that no risk it, no biscuit aspects of the economy, and then certain aspects of they make you travel further out for these resources that are scarce in certain systems, or system-wide you have to really do your work to procure those things, right? Or you have to leverage the reputation and asset management of players who kind of saw that before it happened, right? So those relationships will cause you to work with others, right?
Well, and they have to be careful with the money sink stuff too, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because they don't want players to feel like they're being screwed.
Mm-hmm.
They also don't want it to feel tedious, otherwise that'll turn players off.
Yeah.
So they definitely do need ways to take money out of the economy, but they do have to tread a little bit lightly there.
That's a great comment right there. Yeah. You kind of got to massage people into the game to get them up to snuff, to say, okay, this is about to happen, or are you okay with the mechanics? You're acclimated to those mechanics, and now we're going to start to dial it in slowly till you have an understanding where it makes sense. If you do this right now and we only have 1 to 2 systems, that's a little too sudden. But if you're talking about 5 systems in, up to 10, 15 systems, now it starts to make sense. You're saying you don't want to feel like a bird in a cage with the economy right now, because you need a bigger footprint. You need to be able to fly around and say, hey, there's a problem over here. I need to go over there, or I need to go several systems across to kind of change the balance of things, because it makes sense now. I think that's where they, once they get the footprint more established with the planetary bodies and the multiple systems, then it comes into play where it makes sense. Because you're like, the hell with Stanton. They're not. It's about to drop off here. I'm going over to Castro, or I'm headed over to Terra, or I'm headed to some other system. Yeah.
Right, because they already said if you live in a UEE-controlled system, you're going to be paying taxes.
There you go.
You're going to be paying protection fees if you have a base.
Yeah.
It's like you're going to be paying insurance. You're going to be paying all these. So there's a lot of sinks that they sort of have planned. It just nothing's implemented.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. There's a purpose behind what they do. I mean, it's like, you need to do this, you need to do that, we need to change this, but at the same time, there's a lot of working parts of what they want to introduce, and it is unfortunately they have to introduce them slowly and meticulously so that when it comes to time of revealing it, it's not a detriment. It's not. It's not game breaking. All these different concepts of how it needs to be delivered. It could really be a detriment to its longevity or its life because it's not done properly. So it's a slow trickle in of these features. You got to introduce it. You got to talk about it. You have to think about the cues of balances and things of that nature with in regards to foundational changes. You can't just flick on a light and say, there you go, enjoy. And you're like, what the hell? The backlash could be very severe. But it's coming. It's coming. This is why we talk about these things. This is why we, have these theory craft concepts of what makes sense, what doesn't, why is it happening, why shouldn't it happen.
Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical.
Got a good window on this one. Oh, I don't want it to decrease too much. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, it's gonna explode. Be careful.
Dang.
I know, man.
I told you, man, those things are volatile. Man, Aslerite, it's not my friend.
Yes. It's profitable, but man.
And it's needed. It's needed for my gear. It's needed for my core armor and for the helmet, the Aslerite.
Nice.
Have you acquired all the stuff that you want, blueprint-wise?
I have not. I've just begun to discover it and start in hey, there's a cool item here. I'm gonna keep it, or I'll trade it away, for something or to someone else.
Have you done the Shubin missions and for the rep?
Probably not. If anything, all I've done is with you guys. I think it's just been real life. Has just been lifing, man. I haven't had time, of all times, to really be in the game, right? And usually, before all this, I was in the game regularly. Now it's of all times to really be in the game, I don't really have time. Oh, this one on the backlash.
Yeah,
Be
I know that
careful.
feeling.
Yeah, it's but at the same time, I'm happy for you all to be able to experience it, and it's well, I'll get into it eventually, or I'll get there. But yeah, it's good to see that they're still moving with things, and again, as you said earlier, there's a certain pace that they're at that, at the detriment of some things game breaking or crazy bugs happen. I applaud them for pushing to get us to 1.0, right? Because at some point those features will be set, and then the bug fixing can kind of be a permanent stance or much more impactful because we have most of the features in game. And they have an opportunity to stick. Yep.
I think what I'm hoping has been going on is that they've been doing a little bit of asymmetric sort of development, maybe, where they've got their feature work on their development build, and they've got them in a nice place.
Yes.
So then all they're really doing when they're bringing those features up from the dev build to the PTUs and stuff, the EPTUs,
Yes.
is doing triage bug work
Yes.
instead of tweaking, which I
Yes.
think that's what we saw back in the day. Is they were truly giving us tier 0,
Yes.
and then coming in and tweaking before, and then they'd get it to a certain state, and it wouldn't make people happy because it would be frustrating.
Yeah.
But now their tier 0 today is basically their tier 1 of yesteryear.
Yep. Richard Tyros mentioned that concept too. They want to get those features kind of dialed in. And also, to segue what you're saying, another reason why we need to get Squadron 42 released, so then we can see more of the benefits of those bespoke features that they have in Squadron 42.
Definitely. I mean, all the weaponry that they've shown off recently, I think most of that's going to be coming in from Squadron.
Yeah, blueprinted and all, right?
I would hope so.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, going forward, I would hope that all new items come in with a blueprint and some way to acquire them.
Yes, agreed. Be careful, this one's a little volatile. It's dialing down now.
This one should pop soon.
Okay. This one is 100% and it's mass, 781. The quality is no good. It's 277. It's 100%.
Okay, you can just leave it.
Yeah, I thought it was, the mass was 781 and I'm thinking it was quality. No, that's mass.
Got a good little haul so far.
Yep. It's
I'm
funny.
at 29 SCU.
Oh, wow.
Not of the good stuff, just that's 29 out of
Right.
48.
Bullet
wish.
ammunition. But see, if it's low quality and it's bullet ammunition, it should sometimes misfire, or more than likely it should misfire.
No, don't. Be careful what you wish for here.
No, right? It's like, oh
I
crap.
mean, I guess it does happen in the real world,
Yep.
Shoot, man, one of these days you're gonna see people picking up shell casings off the ground and they'll be doing their own loads in
Yep.
game.
Yep.
I hand loaded my entire loadout.
Took me only 4 hours. What?
Yep, go get your primers from Art Corp,
Holy smokes.
your powder from Hurston,
Man. Rolling
actual
sleeves
slugs
up.
from Microtech.
Yep.
No, we're getting way too granular.
Yep. Some things you want to keep arcade, not DCS everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Gamify stuff.
Yeah.
Because, Jared always says, take it to the point of realism and bring it back to the point of fun.
Yep. Which is
It's like,
arcade.
well, do we really need to take it to the point of realism? How about we just make it fun?
Yeah. Yep. And it's a less
Make it
of a
fun
time sink.
first. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because if you look how some other developers sort of build their game, they will prototype stuff out with some god awful looking graphics and but it's just to get the idea so
Yeah.
they can see if it's fun. Then they can go back and say, okay, well, we need better graphics, we need better this.
Pepper in your DCS
So-
aspects. Yep.
But SC's kind of done it the other way.
Yeah.
SC's kind of done it, we're gonna give you the best graphics we can.
Yeah, that's true. And that's because it's based upon Kickstarter. You have to show proof in that, but also it's a creative aspect too, because this is probably the only living gaming studio that Chris, the CEO himself, says, hey, give me something imaginative, give me something that's shooting for the stars. And that's the concept going in, and you're rewarded for that. It's not a thing, well, our backers say you have this amount, you got 2 months to do this, now get it done, right?
Let's make it happen,
And
Cap.
they're like, oh God, what I gotta do to just kind of rush it. And Chris is like, no, I've been there, done that. I've been through that studio grind of the shareholders are dictating things. Chris says, give me your best, because that's going to be the metric, and that's going to be I'm going to weigh that in balance of you as a developer. And matter of fact, you have an opportunity here to become a better version of yourself in regards to game development. You have that creative license to wow me. Give me a wow factor, and I'll promote you. I'll applaud you. Let's do this.
Well, and
because
us
this
as
is Star
backers,
Citizen.
as backers, we don't want a rushed game. I know you and
do
me
we?
at least
Do
are
we?
evidence. I mean, I know I've been here since I've been following since 2016, back 2017. I know you've been here
Do
before
we?
that, so
Do we want a rush game? that is a
No.
great question. Is that a consensus?
I mean, of course, everybody wants their cake and they want to eat it right now, but that's
Yeah.
just not how life works.
Put it in. Put the ingredients in the microwave, and you got a wonderful cake, iced up and everything. Just put it in the microwave for 2 minutes.
878. Can we pop this together? Let's see.
Oh, 878. Oh, I'm looking at it too. I looked at it and did a double take. My eyes became saucers, and you were saying it, and I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, we're looking at the same thing. Oh gosh, this is great, man. Look, I got a bigger window
This
for
is
you.
impossible.
You can feather. You can feather. It's not impossible. It's lying to us.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
You got the feather, sir. Oh, so if you disengage, I can probably kick it in to keep that window. Tell me when you're disengaged. Oh, I'll look at
that
the yeah.
instability is
Yeah, crucial. Look at that. I feathered, lightly feather. There's feathering and there's light feathering. Isn't that something?
Let's make it happen, Cap.
Oh, we did it. Oh,
Look at
you
that.
okay?
Oh, no,
shit, your
I
stuff.
lost something.
Oh god, yeah, you're well, you got your containers.
But I can't extract into these two bags.
Yeah, go
anymore.
get repaired.
All right. Oh man, that's the good stuff too. At
I
least you
know.
should be able to bust these
I'm-
up, and
no.
you have a full or an empty.
No, you're
Prospector, right?
you're gonna pull them up. I'm staying put till you get repaired. I'm gonna kind of keep sentry watch.
All right. I'll see if there's a little mining station or something on this moon.
I'll just go back to the her L1 or something. He said feather. Ty says a lot of things. Oh, 7 everybody.
HDMS Woodruff.
There you go.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
That way I don't have to fly so far away.
You're good, man. I got eyes on it.
That's pretty good quality.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's in your window of standards.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's in a lot of people's.
I have standards. My crafting aspect has standards, sir.
Well, you know,
Yeah. Hey,
I figure if you're gonna take the time to collect it all
Yep.
and go through the trouble of doing it all, you might as well get the good stuff,
Yes,
or
sir.
at least decent stuff.
100. 100.
And so that's what we'll have to do. We'll have to see what your setup is, what gear set you like, and then we'll see if we can't craft you some stuff
Oh, that'd be cool, man.
between me
Yep.
and Vic, and I'm sure Ta has a lot of recipes too.
Nice. What's cooking? You know, it's so man. This game is branching out too, and which is, I don't know if it's good or bad or it's both. It is branching to this infinitesimal fork in the road on what you can do in the game. It's almost like, okay, the life of the game is basically, or the development of Star Citizen is lifetime, generational lifetime, period. I'm looking at crafting, for example. You're crafting armor and weapons right now. You're gonna have to craft components or craft/repair, right? You're gonna have to craft or ship repair physicalized surfaces like the Crucible or the Vulcan. You're gonna be able to craft organics, maybe not, but imagine interacting with organics and creating food types or creating pharmaceuticals. It's freaking endless.
Oh yeah, you should be able to craft pretty much everything. If you want to, right? You don't have
Yeah.
to. You should be able to just purchase stuff too.
From others
From a
who
player market.
right, from the player market, that reputation system, so you can set up shop and maybe incorporate sellers. Maybe you can hire NPCs. You pay them, of course, right? Operating costs, you have to balance it out. I think that will be the check and balance. You can't get too big where they're costing you to sell your items and goods. Maybe they're NPCs who do the selling of your goods in locations. Maybe, I don't know. It's something to at least talk about. But yeah, selling of your wares, or they may restrict it to, you might have two shops. One is automated and one has to be hands-on, and you have the selling of wares. Or maybe those large distribution centers, you can have hubs, right? I would do this. If it was me, if I was Chris Roberts, I would say, hey, we're going to revitalize, or we're going to have a renaissance to these large distribution centers where you drop off these items and you can be the reputable seller. You have to be at a certain percentage of quality and reputation to be able to have your wares to be sold there. But in comparison or parallel to that, if you're a brand new merchantman, you're a freelancer. You can sell, good, bad. Your reputation will follow you. So it's imperative that you don't damage your reputation because it will persist. So yeah, you the brand new merchantman, maybe you get vetted to be a entrepreneur. Then you have a stamp from the UEE that validates who you are. If you work outside of the UEE, no one cares if you about your reputation. You got it, I'll get it. I'll go back and retrofit or repair it as I need. But if you're reputable, you go through the UEE and sell your wares. But yeah, between the distribution centers and the brand new merchant and probably the privateer, you sell your wares. I'm gonna land and hydrate myself. I can hear Bender. Kimmy, you gotta drink. It's like, oh boy. All right.
Back on the scene.
Yes, sir. What about a navigation ship, AWACS? The military AWACS ship that provides enhanced radar, or it increases the radius of your radar. But then also it serves as a beacon marker, or it can place probes or beacons that as an org you all see. The only stipulation to that is if you're in the org, your ship has modulation or frequency to that particular probe. So like a mining op, things of that nature, you can send out that probe and mark things, and you can come and go and come back to that marker. It'll last maybe 2 hours, and then it dissipates or it implodes or whatever. I think that's that ensures server resiliency of that item, and then you just buy more or create more, right? But I think there's a place for a type of ship like that in Star Citizen.
You just mentioned something else I'd like to see at CitizenCon this year. Or you alluded to it.
Interesting.
Data running.
Yes, that
So
falls
where
in the
we can-
wheelhouse. Yep.
So we can like buy a data pad or something from the store at ArtCorp. And then let's say we found this 878 Azlerite, and we wanted to sell that location. You boop, 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 store it on your data pad. Tell chat or whoever, hey, I got a data pad with this here, directions to this. I'll sell it to you for however much.
I like that.
I want to
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah. You know, it goes back to one of Chris Roberts' classic games called Strike Commander. It was like early, I forget the year, but in Strike Commander, it was like the near future. You were basically a mercenary. Corporations, basically. Well, shoot. Corporations that do run the country. That's not fiction. That's faction, man. That's faction. So in this story, corporations run. They're the government. They're everything. But they're separate entities that basically it's corporate espionage, corporate wars. You, as the strike commander, are you adhere to that. You choose that particular corporation and you do the jobs for them, basically. And so it was more like a what is it called, a flight combat game. And he added some nuances to. You had this panorama or panoramic control, like you can look left or right. It was a flight sim. He did an arcade based flight sim, and you flying around and you pick up jobs. It was like Mech Warrior, but you use jets. You had different skins, like the camo, desert camo, that you could utilize in the game. Is like skins, like liveries basically that you see in Star Citizen. But yeah, you work for the corporations and you do jobs for them. So it fits. It fits.
Yeah, we'll have that. We'll get there.
Nice. Got repaired. Okay, let me put eyes on this. Yeah, we found a good haul here, man. This as a high quality as what is it, Azlerite?
Yeah, big one too.
Pretty cool. Yeah, we're experiencing desync because it's 878 on this one. 4.81% is 878. I'll go for the break.
That's good stuff.
Oh shit! Okay, that thing. Yeah, I was not listening to you. You might want to back away, Fenra. I'm looking at it now. It's not going to cool down. It's not going to cool down. Frick, man. God. It. Oh man.
Bye.
Positive. My bad, man.
I told you.
It did not cool down. Oh boy. I'm gonna let you do it, man. I think
No.
this
It's all good.
this Hofstede, it does not abide through. It's not stable. It does not maintain stability. This is 4. Okay, and it says easy. That's not true. They should have, instead
Not
of
with that
easy.
instability.
Yeah, it should have volative. Instability, volative. It's red. Yep. Yeah. That's why we highlighted red, Kimmy. Holy smokes. 18%. It's not moving. Okay, 24%. It runs to the. Okay, 20% is kind of like the wheelhouse for it. It's a gradual uptick, manageable, but it's unstable though. Okay, here he is. I'm approaching the window now.
I think there's more of it up here.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, it's at the top of that cliff. There we go. Nice break. Oh, damn! No!
Uh-oh.
Oh, God. My thruster. Okay. Damn! This,
Oh,
both
yeah, there's more
thrusters.
878.
Both
Oh,
thrusters.
no.
I have my containers, but there's nothing in it anyway. Okay. They're on the ground.
Now it's your turn to repair.
Woo, yes, I'm headed out. Good gosh, man. Mining, woo, is dangerous. Holy smokes, man. Let me go get repairs. Jeez. Woo. My ship runs lighter, though. It's using the small thrusters. Oh, you know what? It was in nav mode, so I didn't have protection. No wonder. Thank you, CIG.
Ooh.
Yep. HCMS Rider, 57K clicks out. That's good, man. I said it to VTOLs. Why? I don't have nothing to VTOL. I'm 54 clicks out from it. Thrusters is functioning. Boost is functioning. Should it? No. 40 clicks. Oh, that's funny.
Lucky you didn't lose your bags, man. That's
Yeah.
I hate having to go back and
Yep.
put new ones on.
But no, I was making sure you fill up on your quota. I didn't have anything in there anyway, but yeah, all
I
good.
should be. I've got 10 SCU left, so we'll see how far I get.
Nice.
Are you? Yeah, I guess I asked. Are you looking for anything in particular?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for. I mean, I'm just procuring minerals, whatever it is, high quality percentages. I'm just grabbing it
I got you.
because I've yet to procure items that I really want to see. I mean, because it's random, it's like, oh, I want to keep that one. I'll just hold on to it. It's not. I'm not crazy about it. It's just maybe someone will want it and they can have it. But yeah, like the armors that I like, the Corbel, Meyer.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, if I find that blueprint, that's a keeper. And then I'm really focused and dialed in on the quality aspects and what materials it requires. Then now I have a narrative to follow, or based on that prerequisite for mining or crafting.
Well, I mean that's what I'm saying. You can target farm those blueprints if you want the Corbel armor. We
Yeah.
can set
Oh, I'm down for that, man.
of blueprints.
Really? How do you is it in the mission giver?
Well, yeah. I mean, I have that Mr. Kraken add-on that I posted in your Discord,
Oh, yes. Okay.
and
Awesome.
it'll show you in your Moby-Glass on each mission what blueprints they give, or what
Oh,
pool
yeah.
of blueprints they give.
John Lester 07. Yeah, we're out here doing a mining op. So far, so good. All right. Oh man, this radar is sweet. I can see things. Oh man. Good stuff. On the way back. Oh, nice. Nice. Awesome.
Landing gear up.
There's a lot of azlerite on this moon.
Shield on.
Aluminum isn't one I'm looking for too.
Oh, aluminum. Okay. Do 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 do. Aluminum. Do 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 do. As they say as the brothers across the palm says, aluminium. You said it, and it's right there in front of me now. I see alum. Let me see if the word is aluminum. Aluminium. You say it in the UK, it's aluminium. It's like interesting. Oh, I like to be surprised, something cool versus the need to have to know immediately. It's so much more rewarding that way. Gotcha. Yep. I hear you. But then sometimes you can be so obsessed, like the Corporal Meyer is my kryptonite. I gotta have it. It's like I will channel that, man. I will get that. No, so in that aspect, I gotta have that. I want that armor so bad. As a blueprint, yes, I'll do whatever it takes. It's like the Guardians of the Galaxy. I'll do a little good. I'll do a little bad to get that item. Okay, I'm looking at aluminum right now.
Meyer. I can see where that is.
Okay, awesome. Remember, I am analyzing aluminium right now.
Good luck.
You said you want a high percentage of it, right? You need it?
750 plus would be good.
Okay.
I'm trying to craft a P4 AR.
Nope, 575. Let's see. That's funny. The P4 is going to be your default loadout along with the FS9 for your weapons in Squadron 42. Isn't that cool? Yep.
I love it. Been using it since I started playing.
Mm-hmm.
I also just like the bearing aesthetic
Yeah.
of the firearms. I just like the way they're
Yep. The branding.
built.
Yep. Femra, I have 747. Is that a deal breaker still? Look, he's like, oh, damn it. Why do you... Woo, that's a tough one, isn't it?
I mean, I think it's worth scooping up.
Okay, I'm here. You got my markings. Let's see what
Are
this
you gonna
other one
break
is.
it?
Yeah, oh, it needs breaking for sure. It's huge.
All right, I'll be there in a sec.
I'm sure you will. This one, here's another one. This is funny. 726.
I think it's worth scooping those.
Yep. Because you did say 700 is like your low ball. It's like, I'm not going any lower than that.
Yeah, I mean, I want 750 plus. That's like mid-range, right?
Yeah.
Because 500 is baseline, basically. And
Yeah.
then, yeah, two plus 250 would be halfway to the best.
Yeah. It's like
At least that's
basically
the way I'm
75.
looking at it.
Yeah. It's basically what? 75% of quality. 1,000 is 100%. Okay. This one says it's easy. It's a 9K rock. This one is medium. We don't want that one. That's a 342 quality. This one's 726. They're both easy. They say it's easy. Yeah, the window's really huge. Wide bandwidth on the window. Well on the way to breaking it. There should be no problem at all.
Oh, I might be full. Yeah, I'm full right
Well, I
now.
can scoop. Can I pass that? Can I send it into a freight elevator? You can take it. Is that possible?
I think so. I mean, we got to refine stuff anyway.
Yeah, I'll. Yeah. So that way, can I give it to you and you can refine it and keep it?
Oh, you mean like put your bags on my prospector?
You could do that if you want.
We just swap. I'll bring empty ones back,
Yep.
and then we can swap them.
Chris, we need the expanse in a hurry, please. A little bit 807. Oh, we're gonna keep a tight window, John Lester, for this one. But definitely, probably more than likely next time for sure. Okay. All right, that I did break that one. Let me look at the percentages. Femra. Oh, definitely. We just we're out here experimenting with it, but for sure, I don't disagree. This is more of a discovery aspect of it, learning. $726. Yeah, that's you can pull that, Femra. I see that one. That's extractable ready. Should I start extracting it?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. Cool.
I gotta drop this at Hurl
Yep.
too.
Cool. And so you'll have the empty bags, and you can switch them. We can switch them out. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be too cool, man. And I think that's the
You have the
extra.
Argo bags?
I do not. Do you?
Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah, I didn't. I think I was meaning to do that, but yeah, that'd be fine. Once you clear them, I'll go ahead and get the Argo bags when I get back to the station. I'll utilize those. Yeah, the pyro. You're right. That's the no. You don't risk it, no biscuit aspect. Yeah, they do say, hey, you want to go to those systems. If you want the quality, you're gonna go to those. You're gonna populate into those low security locations for sure. No doubt about it. Totally agree. But again, we're just kind of, I wouldn't say experimenting, but just kind of getting the gist of it, tier 0 experience of, procuring these items. But yeah, I think the later mature aspects of org operations will fit into that process of of procuring, where those items are, having the proper security or the escort services with us, or security, yep, or mercenaries, especially with quantum server meshing on the horizon, right? I would say the next couple of patches, there'll probably be some conversations with that. So yeah, I think this is initial get our feet wet, kind of see where it goes. But yeah, all those aspects of how do you get the a higher volume of quality materials. You got to go to those risky areas and prepare, and expect the unexpected. I think that was I stole that from the animated Batman series. Kevin Conroy said, Mark Hamill's Joker. He said, with the Joker, expect the unexpected. Let me go ahead and extract some good quality here. Yeah, desync is very hard because it's taken a while to analyze. Nope, don't want that. 257.
Yeah, I wonder if those rocks. I mean, I know they have high instability, but I'm wondering if the desync too is what's making that thing jump around.
Oh, that's a great point. Yes. Yep. Have to agree.
Because I know when we have a good.
Did you cut off Fimra, or did you stop talking?
Oh, I said I know when we have a good connection, mining is smooth, and it doesn't feel smooth
Yes.
today.
Yep. And to segue on that statement, that's a good point there, Fimra. Remember, I don't know which stream it was, Star Citizen Live or Inside Star Citizen. It was Star Citizen Live because it was in real time. Jared called up Benoit. Did you see that one where he was talking to him on the stream, and he, hey Benoit, you mentioned desync, and you're gonna, is it cool if you do a deep dive on it? And he said, sure. I cannot wait for that one. I think it may be a Star Citizen Live event when he addresses finally the desync issues or what's the cause, and more than likely if they don't get on there and just talk about, hey, the cause, and then just walk off. I think it's going to be more of, this is the cause and this is the solution, hence why we have yet to hear from him. But I can't wait to hear that, because I think I know for a fact, to your statement, Fimra, when things are running on all cylinders and those servers are super snappy, you feel there's a visceral feel of the mining aspect. You feel like you're in control. The levers are in sync with what you're doing, and that's just not just you as the individual, but as a collective, you're seeing the same things and everything is in sync. It's a great experience. But when it's not, you're getting misfires. Things are, they come off as volatile and unstable, and that's not the case. Desync could be very much the culprit behind the scenes in that aspect. So I can't wait for him to. I feel confident that when he announces he's going to talk on it, I'm sure he has a solution, or the working aspect of the solution.
Yeah, what is he supposed to do? Is Benoit supposed to do another long talk?
Oh man,
with Jared.
He's like the Tony Zorvek, man, of gameplay now, of the mechanics and concepts, man. He can take days to do a stream, and I'll watch the whole thing in one sitting. Yeah, I think it's overdue. I think when it's ready, then they'll stick to that. The fact that he did it, he called them on stream, and he said, "Sure, I definitely want to bring that up." I'm excited for that, because that means the playability, is going to be there. I can't wait. But yeah, no announcement, but other than him talking and saying, "Hey, we're going to do this," but no, there was no set date on that.
Okay.
Yeah, max pop servers. Yeah, I think that's where you know what, it shows that when you have maximum or maximized servers, it's great for the CIG entity or the game development company. You know, one aspect of it, Chris is saying we got concurrency, we got people in the game playing. It's a full server. The other part is the engine. I think that's where dynamic server meshing will come in when they see these heavily populated servers. Server meshing will kick in and merge fresh servers, or if it has to spin down over long operating times, it will spin down and hand over authority to a fresh server. And also, like I said, multiple servers will merge with that server, and then you have that addressing of the desync issues. So this tells you right now, this is why we need desperately this dynamic server meshing game mechanic in the engine. Oh, 7. Oh no, that's Trenton Esperian. 07 Trent, how you doing? Trent, I know you got the I know you picked up the Miss Colby, didn't you? Said it's going to be a huge patch. Which patch is going to be huge? 4.8, Trent? Are you talking about? Or yeah, for the May with the Ironclad and Ironclad Assault. Did you get a whole B? 07 to you, Trent. Hope all is well, man. Hey, last time we talked, what about that license, the airplane flying license? How did that go? See, I remember our conversation, so I was wondering how you were doing on that. Because you were doing your piloting license. How's that been going, Trent? No, actually, I haven't been spending money on ships recently. Okay, I got it. Yep. 07. And where are you with the piloting? You were doing hours. You were doing hours on that, collecting hours and building up on that licensing. Wow, this says this is easy, but I'm at 67% on this bad boy, and it says it's easy. Very nice, Trent. Nice. Keep it going, man. Keep it going. Proud of you. That's awesome. You have a big rock there. I do. And it says it's easy, though, Phoenix. It says it's easy. Like, what? How? A little bit. A says, I have a question about the free fly. Do existing users get to try out the ships? They are not in my list. That's a good question. We should.
Depends what ships, right? Like the captains of industry ships, you should have access to, but not all ships.
There you go. That makes sense. Try those ships a little bit. It's like those cargo bearing type of ships. The Gollum, the Gollumox.
Yep. Gollum. The C1 Spirits in there. I'm not sure what else. It's captains of industry, so there might be a mining, is there a Golem? Just a regular Golem?
Yes. Well, the Golem is the because it's industry. It is the mining variant.
I don't know.
Or is it cargo based? I'm thinking it was cargo based. Yeah. Captains of industry.
The Ox is, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. It's a beautiful ship. Oh, specific ones. Todd said you get access to specific ships. Okay, I'm throttled up to 84%. It's a slow creep up to these. One time being in a small 8-seater plane and the pilot pitched 70 degrees downward and I was having fun. What? It was the only way you could land in the designated water landing. Trent. Oh. I wanted, how did it not appear in my list? I wanted to try some new ships. That's strange, a little bit 8. What about doing a character reset? Maybe, potentially. What do you chat? What are your recommendations for little bit 8? Not seeing any ships at all.
Oh, I don't know. Never had that happen.
Trenton says she was. I was probably be squealing right there next to her. She was like, "Please, you're being too loud." Holy smokes, man! Talk about roller coaster. Whew. Wow, that's crazy, man. Little bit 8. I would try to do a character reset and see if that works. No rhyme or reason. That's weird that it's doing that. Or reinstall Star Citizen. Character repair. There go Todd. Todd, thank you. It was fun. No. No. Trent, no. No. Yikes. Holy smokes, man. Okay, let's see here. That's a 747 right there. Let me bring this down quite a bit.
You need help breaking anything? I'll just wait for you, and
Yeah,
then I'll swap the bags.
Okay, it's weird. It says easy. What's in the bank? I don't know, man. It's a lot of moving parts, Scav. It's a lot of moving parts right now. I think it's more of, for me, the value now is kind of pivoting over, like what blueprints do I have? What kind of craftable resources that I carry now? It's kind of shifted the narrative of what is truly of value for the individual, not so much the monetary or the total UEC you have, because again, it's kind of like what his point was this earlier. What's the point of you having billions of UEC, and when you compare that to, others having, you have 10 billion, I have 50 billion. It's like, well, what are you going to do with it? What purpose does it have other than it's a collective of what? But now that you leverage the blueprints, the crafting aspects, the repairing and of your items and materials, you can reconstitute them from wear and tear. Now all of a sudden it shifts from just a raw number of UEC, which everyone pretty much have, because we're going to need the economy system that will draw out these money and time sinks that will eat into your reserves dynamically. Then the thing that's to be debated, what is the true value of your resources in Star Citizen? So yeah, it's shifting now. It's not so much of what do you have in your coffers that makes that value one that says, hey, I'm winning, as opposed to, man, I have my best armor. It's the quality levels are amazing, and you're like, I'm winning. I want that Corporal armor, man. Like, I'm gonna win with that. So yeah, it changes the whole narrative of the game. But it's all interpretive, right? You can say, hey, I got 10 billion UEC, I'm winning. That's fine. But I'm saying I got all my blueprints that I want. I got the resources to craft them and to, bring them back from a damaged state and keep them high quality. I'm winning too. It's not definitive anymore. It's based on interpretation of what is winning to that individual. And I think through that there lies the avenue of success for CIG, because it's now starting to provide choices. It changes the narrative individually, right, as opposed to one thing. It used to be UEC, how much you got, what you got, you know.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Now it's like, no, but look at my blueprints. I have those preciouses, like the Gollum says in the Precious, the Lord of the Rings. I have the precious, man. It's like those blueprints, or I have those ores that I can, reconstitute those desired items back. Yeah. So it's different. It's changing. It lets you know there is true progress in the game. It's true progress now, because we can have these different conversations and it will not define that one thing. Now Star Citizen is becoming many things, and they're all okay based on your choices, because they have an end result. Different goal achievements. Exactly. It does, because it's changed. It's changed dynamically now. You can be rich, but then what are your materials like? What are your armor loadout looks like? And then eventually, here's the warning shot of Scavenger, aka Scavenger. As you ride in your ship, it's going to creep over to the quality of your ship. The crafting aspect. So you can be truly a space bum with the type of ship you're flying around, because of the quality level is at an all-time low, and people are like, I can sneeze on that ship and it'll fall apart. And you're like, yeah, but I'm 100 billion rich in my pockets. So the narrative will affect everyone, right? Whether you have this one focused goal of, hey, I have acquired a lot of UEC, or it also speaks to how you're riding in the game, or how you have your items, right? So it's very interesting, man. It's a very deep conversation, and it's coming. The quality levels of your ship is coming. Do you know someone that's acquired a Crucible or a Vulcan? You're going to have to spend some of those hundreds of billions. You're going to have to go into that UEC.
It's about that bottom line,
And spend
baby.
some of that money, man. You're going to have to spend some of that UEC, man. You're going to have to let that tight grip go from that UEC that you have, because the quality of your ship is not there. Not just the ship, but it's going to bleed into your components as well. Welcome to Star Citizen, Scavenger. Welcome to Star Citizen. He said, I'm the cleanest, richest space bum in the game. But this is what we've been looking for, right? This is the pleasant surprise that we've been craving. And the thing that we need or always wanted, right? I didn't know I needed this to happen, but now my gameplay is even more so meaningful, right? There's purpose behind it. And it's only going to expand out. But the time frames, when does that happen? How, when does that really become a thing? That's the thing. It's going to take the devs time, but the concepts are there. It's interesting, man. Fenya, you want to go ahead and exchange or you want me to fill up? Your call.
Finish getting whatever's here. And
Yeah.
then I'll...
It's weird. It looks like I thought it would be more, but then again, it was like those low percentages, like 4%. So they get us on that.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah, totally.
Yep. That's the physicalized. That now we're seeing the physicalization of these elements now. It's more it's a macro and there's a micro. That's real. A macro and a micro. Now those higher qualities are on a micro level. The macro is like, hey, this is a huge piece. The mass of this ore is this. It's 10K or plus. That's the macro. The micro is the high quality is at 5%. It's like, oh, they got us, man. They put us on a sync. They put us on a gameplay sync now. You're not going to fill up with high quality in one run, as opposed to if you take it all, yeah, it fills up. But with your, it's like saying, do you want a good balanced meal or do you want junk food? Hello.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm with you. Like, I mean, I said in the Discord chat, it feels like I am scanning and moving around more than I'm actually mining.
Yes.
And that's kind of why, like I said, I'm not just holding out for 900 plus quality ore, because
Yes.
even 750 plus is going to be a huge upgrade.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
You unlock your ports.
Yeah, I gotta. You know, that's funny. I'm looking now for where I placed them. Holy smokes. Oh God, where did I put those? Oh, I updated my. I said to myself, I would remember these. The Artemis astronauts on stage getting accolades. That is awesome, man. Thank you for bringing them back safe. This country does great things, y'all. It can be a little chaotic and a lot of anxieties can happen, but we do great things. Ooh, okay, let me go into my options right now, my key bindings real quick. Oh man, I'm trying to remember where I port lock unlock 24 and put 8. What is I'll do it on this button 24. Okay, here we go. Unlock Finra. I'm gonna bio break real quick. Water
Copy.
and coffee, man. It will run you. It's ports unlocked, sir. Be right back, y'all.
Bag swap complete.
Trent wants to be a Terra bum, sitting on my butt in front of the big businesses in Terra Prime, asking for UEC. I'll do missions for UEC. I'll do missions for UEC.
Should be able to lock your ports.
Yes, sir. Let me try that. They are locked. They don't say the message that is locked. It just goes away. Amazing. And we're back. All right, sir. Procuring those resources, Finra. This is good. Here's a question I posed to chat, everyone. Do you think that they're for Planetary Tech 5, which is now, we know now it's called Genesis, do you think they're just going to update Nyx for the time being and then update the rest of it later, or are they in the process of updating the entirety of the verse with Planetary Tech 5? What are y'all's thoughts?
I think they will, when they bring in Nyx 1 and 2, they might test it there before they roll it out to the whole PU. That way, in case something breaks, it's localized.
See, chat, this gentleman right here, he's thought-provoking. He's very detailed. I was thinking it was going to be one or the other, and he's thinking like a dev. Why not initially release it, but at the same time have it already ready to roll out with the full implementation? If there's something that's a little off, they can examine that small footprint of what's going on and address it in its totality, and then release all of it. Scavenger says one at a time. Just give it to us one at a time. Yeah, and I think to that, Scavenger, aka Scavenger, it would be the conversation of, or the feedback would be, hey, I'm looking at this and I'm looking at that, and that's in comparison, oh, I don't like that, right? Or you need to go ahead and upgrade the rest of it because you see a glaring deficit between Planetary Tech 4 and Planetary Tech 5, aka Genesis, right? Those are the things that keep Chris Roberts up at night. You know, the remarks of things that are facts, that it's a detriment to the development and it looks bad on the development, potentially. You know, it's those things of people will look at it without getting the, let's say people will jump in without seeing the ISC or Star Citizen Live of the conversations of, hey, we're going to do a slow rollout based on the criteria of what Fenrir mentioned, or what you said, just a slow rollout. They'll jump in and say, they'll jump in without seeing any of that or hearing any of our conversations, and they'll jump in, they'll see Nyx, then they'll go to the other areas and say, hey, there's a bug, or worse, or say something worse, you know, because they were not around or did not catch the video or hear of the conversations of the process. So yeah,
I'm back on the hunt.
Yep, me too. You break in smaller areas, Scavenger, aka Scavenger. Yep, I agree. It's controlled chaos, right? It's controlled chaos for sure. You want to be able to control the glaring or breaking aspects of the game. You know, yeah, it's a slippery slope, as you know that saying goes. But yeah, it's going to be interesting when they, you know, release it. I just hope it's glass half full, that they release it and it just works great. You know, that's wishful thinking. You know, was it expect the worst and hope for the best?
That's 789.
Oh, on you. It
That's
falls in
you.
the-
You're looking at it.
Oh, damn, I did. See, chewing bubble gum and flying. Talking about the game and playing it. You see what it did? Okay. Okay, I'm desync. Okay, there we go. I got a window. I'm going in at 5%, sir. You have the feather. Oh crap! Oh nope. I stopped. I caught it. I caught it at the right moment. Holy smokes, man! Let me see if I can use distances to control the rate of its climbing. I'm gonna get there and stop. Oh, good stop there. Good reflexes there, Fenrir. I'm using distance as a part of the control mechanism too. Okay, I'm at that distance, nothing's happening. I'm gonna go in a little closer. That's crazy that I'm at 5%. Oh my, Fenrir, is your stability saying 721.29?
Yep.
Holy smokes, man. You got to be freaking kidding me here. It's like purely unstable. 100% unstable. Okay, I'm almost at a sweet spot in regards to distance. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I'm using distances, chat, to help control the instability and the charge levels. That's flight feathering. Say that 5 times fast.
Hey, I got one. Try saying elk antlers.
Elk
3
antlers,
times.
elk antlers, elk antlers, elk antlers. That doesn't twist
3
my
times
tongue too
fast.
much. Elk antlers, you can't. There's no way to say it fast. There's no way. It is not responding, Fenrir. Okay, you have it feathered down. Okay, there, I backed up. You got it, man. Press it. Oh, I turned it off.
It's all right. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, don't stay close now. Oh, it's gonna break. Okay, we're safe distance. There we go.
That's okay.
Yeah. Oh, not too bad, huh? It could have been worse.
Yeah. I don't know why the instability spikes.
Yeah. Now, I don't think that was a desync issue so much. It could have something in it as far as desync, but yeah, I wonder. Wait, when did he said? Question: can you get a drink from a bartender? I think it works now, Scav. It's just that there's some delays. I did see some delays in it, but it's working now. Now, granted, I was in the space station. Now, overall, as a consensus, I can't speak on that. I can forget this one. This is 254 as far as quality. This one is 709. Beautiful. It says easy. This instability is 109.07. That's crazy. The window.
This is where we need the gadget.
Yeah. But you know what? I can shoot it in spurts, Fenrir, to increase this window while you feather it. I can do an on-off method to keep the window increased. Oh, wait a minute. Is that the same rock? No, that's a different rock you're extracting. Okay. $709, that's an extractable one right there. The Azlerite right there. That's nice. 709. Yeah, they talked about fixing that too. Yeah, the map it went from, us getting the new map to like, yay, and now it's like, it's almost just as bad as the initial one. And speaking of which, to compound that, Scavenger, the part about the the quantum method of flying, where you see the object or you see your point of interest and you just literally fly there. It's crazy that we have this huge sandbox, and it's expanding, that if we're not aligned up on this rail, this point and click, and you have to set your waypoint, if you're not on that rail, it's not going to go where it's you want it to fly. It's crazy. It's crazy to know how derailed the traversal system is. You have this big space of freedom, so called, but you're tied to the hip to the star map and how you travel, because you don't have the alignments all set up. It's crazy. Very nice. Yeah, they now, is that something that's requiring the Squadron 42 map? That's got to be working well, right? Because then they wouldn't be polishing it, and they want to kind of hold off. But then I thought that was the thing where it was pulled from Squadron 42. But here's the thing: things that work in Squadron 42, when you bring them over to the PU, there's the possibility that, due to it being an MMO, it will break that system, or they have to add modifiers to the fact that it is an MMO. So yeah, they got to go back and redefine that, unfortunately. But I'm ready to get off the rails of the alignments and all that crazy stuff. Let's just go ahead and look at the point of interest and get there.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Good point. And that's a valid, objective, feedback. It is what it is. Especially with the dynamic server meshing on the horizon, that's got to be in alignment. That's got to be fixed. It can go from 700 people to potentially 2,500 people per server having the same issue. Oh, this game is so polarizing, but we're still here, and we're gonna stay here because the potential outweighs the reality of it. And it's great. It's awesome to see the devs overcome those hurdles. You naturally root for them. They're rock stars, man. Let's not get that twisted. They are rock stars at what they do. But man, do they have a challenging task ahead of them. We root for them by continuing to back facts. I'm a proud backer. I'm a proud backer of the game, and it just does my soul well to see them achieve and overcome those bugs, man. And so sometimes I just tailor my criticism. I look at it and just take it with a grain of salt and just say, man, they're going to get through this. And lo and behold, man, they kill it, man. They kill it. And the reaction to that, or the feedback to that, is us just getting into the game and playing to our heart's content. That's the reward when they see concurrency across the servers of people actually in the game, or they're talking about the game at a high rate, a high clip. Nothing like it. Nothing freaking like Star Citizen.
And for a lot of them, I'm sure it's their first game. A lot
right?
of the devs were young.
That's a great point. Yeah. And I mean, they nailed it, right? Did they not nail it by getting on board with Star Citizen? Because you come out of those universities, or you're learning game development for the very first time, and you're not befuddled with, you got 6 months to get this, or you're out of here, or after 6 months, look for another job because the project is done. Now hurry up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Or it's
By the
crunch
way, no
time.
overtime.
Yeah, no overtime, but it's crunch time. You
Yep,
do
so
well.
You're expected to work extra.
Yes. Yep. Those are the expectations. And then let's go a little dark on that. Some of those you have toxic environments in those game studios. I
Sure.
did not know this, but very toxic.
You have toxic environments everywhere.
But after reading some of those things, Fenrir, not to that extent, because people be fired.
Well,
there's
no, that's good.
yeah, yep,
If it's toxic and those people that were making it so got fired, good.
yeah. But the thing is, in certain a lot of corporations, you got to conceal that stuff in a way that you're not immediately brought to HR and you're let go. These were super fireable offenses because the CEOs and the higher ups were a part of that too. That was the crazy thing about some of those development studios you were hearing the horror stories on, right? So yeah, I think to circle it back and hit it back to home, that was a great start for devs that, getting into the industry at the very first time, and they landed on their feet. They stuck the landing at CIG, getting there because you get to be creative, you have longevity, you have time to hone your skills, and we've seen devs move on and sadly, it's like, oh man, they left, but that's part of the process. And you've seen reasons of why they left. Hey, it was a money grab, or they were offered this, and then sadly, you see they make, you wish them well. Always you wish them well. But then you see the aspects of, yeah, they made a move over here and that studio collapses. It's like, oh crap. They didn't see that one coming. It's like, oh man. And it's the aspect of don't burn your bridges, when it comes to that. Can you come back? Are you humble enough to say, hey man, I ventured out, I want to come back? And they say, surely, you were great here, it worked well. So that's what I hope. Like, for one example, Sarah McCullough, she did the Mercury Star Runner. I hope she's in good standing and she want to come back to CIG and do work. That would be great for her.
Yeah, I don't know how Star Atlas is working out.
Yeah, it's
Watched cryptocurrency and all that kind of stuff just plummet, and I'm like, well, yeah, I don't think it's doing too well.
Super cringy, if I'd say so myself. Super cringy, man. And your devs want to expand out and challenge themselves and things. I get it. It becomes repetitive, but there's not a lot of development studios. You have the luxury of setting down roots and putting years behind it. You got John Cruz been there almost like 10 years, right? Forrest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're there. They're not going anywhere. They're happy with what they do. You got to be happy for them, because they're doing what they love. But at the same time, it's not easy. But they're thriving, and they're not just surviving. They're thriving. They're being challenged, and they're getting good with their skill set. Shout out to the OG Chris Smith at Austin Studio. Love you, man.
Yeah, he's still around. He was in one of the most recent videos.
He's an OG, man. That is an OG. He was the father of the Origin series. Chris did it, man. He made it happen. Chris Smith.
And Gavin Rothery was on there too. Remember him?
Yes.
And
Gavin
he made that movie Archive.
Holy smoke, Gavin, man. I mean, his skill set is. You talk about professionalism and serious skill set, man. This guy, when it comes down to him being, designer of ships, he's like the architect. And he loves his spaceships, man. He loves his
Didn't
spaceships.
he do something for Star Wars? Like
Dude,
The Mandalorian or whatever?
Oh my God, that was David Hobbins. That was another guy. He did the Mustang, the original Mustang, and
okay.
Elwin Bachelor III came in behind that, but every other ship like the Raft and all these other ships, that was Gavin Rothery. I'm like, look it up, dude. He's like, he's the godfather of ships in game, and I'm sure he's going to be involved with that one last concept ship, the battleship that's coming. Is that going to be next month? They're going to reveal that concept.
I believe so. Yes.
Oh, that's
Carrier.
crazy. That's crazy, man.
Is it the carrier?
Is it a carrier? They say it is a battle cruiser. So what does that
Okay.
mean? Let me look. I'm gonna look it up.
I have no idea.
Anybody got any
They don't
thoughts on
use
that?
they don't use the same convention as like
Yeah.
the U.S. Navy.
Exactly. But then you see the Perseus, and you say to yourself, "Hey, that's a frigate."
Mm-hmm. But it's a quarter the size of the Idris.
I know, right?
Hey, I will say one thing. After seeing what they did with the Hull B, I think the Odyssey is going to be a really nice ship.
Woo-wee. Ever about that? You mentioned. Look, I'm not putting you on blast, but I'm not calling you out. But I could not help, but I could not unlook or unsee. You mentioned that the Odyssey is this year. Holy smokes, man!
Yep, that's right.
What?
IAE.
It is?
Yeah.
Remember, don't crush my
That's when it's
dreams,
supposed to be
man.
coming
Don't
out.
don't crush don't crush my dreams like that, man. Are you serious now?
I think so. I was watching some Space Tomato,
Oh God.
and he was going through all the ships slated for this year.
What?
It's gonna be a big year, I think, ship-wise.
Odyssey? Come on, man. I'm like, oh my God, the Odyssey this year? That scares
And the
me.
Ironclad.
Yeah, the Ironclad, the Assault, definitely. What, next month? Because that's the...
Those are some big ships.
Yeah. And the command module. Got to throw that in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Can we get a module that changes out the glass? I want a bigger glass to see things, man. Oh my God. The Galaxy is in the monthly report. We know we're getting that Galaxy November. Todd says he hadn't heard anything regarding the Odyssey, but he said they were saying his source was through Space Tomato.
I could have misheard that Galaxy versus Odyssey, but
Oh, okay.
or maybe it was wishful thinking. I need to go find the video.
Okay.
But I think I did find one where they were doing a walkthrough and everything. I think it was in Gray Box or something.
Yes.
It looked like it was.
I can confirm that. I did see that one too with the Odyssey, because you had that lower depth or that lower belly that was they basically cut a chunk of the cockpit of the Prospector and welded it on the belly, and the front belly or under the throat of the Odyssey.
Had
Yeah,
a little crab arm.
yeah. I was like, holy smokes. And that statement about Paul Jones before he left the studio, before he left CIG, and stated that, oh, it's the carrot killer. People went off. He said, "Don't you come back,
Yeah, they
Paul
did.
Jones." Yeah.
So what did he go off to work on?
He went to, what is that one that was actually, was it the crypto one, that Star Atlas? Didn't he work for Star Atlas?
I don't know.
But he posted something that he was with Ubisoft or something, or he finished up a project with them. So he's like, he's on the move here and there. So I don't know, man.
Well- What's Ubisoft working on?
That's a great question. I would have to look to get the updates on what they are doing. Let me see.
Well, he's going to be missed.
Oh, especially
He
with
was with
that
the
band new
project for a
merchant.
long time.
Yeah. Yep. And that's those
Yeah.
instances. Yeah.
No, sorry if I'm interrupting.
Oh
Go
no, no,
ahead.
you're good, man. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say the merchantman is another one that's kind of gone dark. You know,
Yep. Yep.
and there's no ETA really. Like, how long is it gonna take for them to train
Yeah.
a crew to work on it?
Or they have to redesign it altogether, but keep the aesthetics or the cosmetics similar, right?
So you mean like a ground up, just throw the old one in the garbage and have this new team start over?
Well, that's the question, right? Have they, you know, could it been so problematic that it went away from its design language that they had to scrap it? Or
I mean, yeah, I could see it.
yeah, yeah, certain mechanics they were looking at, they needed guidance on, and it wasn't working. It could have been like, okay, we're going to put the hero team on this, and we're going to re-engineer this thing in order to get it to work. And then with that said, the challenge was keeping the cosmetics very similar, but the under the hood aspects totally different. I don't know. They because they haven't spoke on that, there's a lot of speculation of what potentially is happening or could have happened or taken place until they actually announce, hey, we got the brand new merchantman. But I don't see it as a priority. I think it's more of, hey, take your time, and if you're going to do it, get it in right. But we're not going to press or hurry that process because there's a lot of moving parts with that ship. And then with the crafting and aspects of the social tools and the update on the user kiosk user interface updates, it's probably some dependencies that lingers or attached to that project as well to ensure that they can deliver upon it with the high expectations to backers to say, hey, it did not skip a beat. If anything, it's improved. And I think that's the one thing that they want to make sure they can do or be guaranteed to do is make sure that it exceeds the expectations. That would be Chris's narrative because everyone in their dog knows Paul Jones isn't coming back through those doors and working on it. He's not a part of that anymore. And so, expectations got to be at an all-time level for this to be successful.
But I would say overall they've had a good year this far.
It's a great year. It's a great year, man. Like you said, we just went past the first quarter, right? And it's been a lot of things. I think what really hits in a positive way is that the foundational aspects are starting to come into vision of the game, right? We're getting a lot of like the crafting, for example, or ships that we didn't realize we wanted or needed. The Clipper, the Clipper just somebody tapped us on the shoulder and hit us with a blackjack. Like, ouch! Why'd you do that? You want this ship? You're like, holy smokes! You got a goose egg on your head, and you're saying, I do want that ship. The Clipper
is that available in game now?
But the Clipper, that's a great question. I'll
buy it.
Really?
If it's in game, I'll buy it with in-game credits. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Yep. I don't feel any different. Yeah.
Well, how much money do you have at the moment? How many credits?
I would say I have 8,839,739.
So let me ask you this: are there any ships we should buy for org operations? Because we could start trying to do that, make those goals, and while we're doing that, we're getting blueprints, we're doing all sorts of things, getting our materials.
I agree. Yep.
So see, you can start to stack things. It's starting to become a game. instead of just a single loop or a single mission or a
Yeah.
single, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that's what's drawing. I know that's what's drawing me in.
Yeah.
It's probably drawing a lot of other people in too.
Up to now, I did not think of that, but it makes sense. We can collectively acquire certain ships, like the Legion, the Liberator is coming. You know, the big transport Liberator's coming. Yeah, the Kraken. There's people that own the Kraken, and what if they're not available to play?
Is that what's coming this year?
Next
Wait a
year,
minute.
probably like I think maybe first
Kraken.
quarter, or it could be next May for Defense Con. It could be the next Defense Con. I would think it's appropriate for the Defense Con for the Kraken to be released next year. They
They may start showing it off.
Yes, they did say next year for the Kraken for sure. And I was thinking first quarter. No, I was wrong. I think it's going to be for Defense Con. They'll do it for the next Defense Con.
That is a big ship.
And a big deal. It's a big ship, and it's a big deal. I think for versatility, it's second to none, because you're talking about on that deck you can carry various ships that can kind of adhere to being able to pivot from one industrial aspect to the other. Imagine a Moth on that thing. You got a Moth, the medium salvage ship, but then you can put 2 to 3 or 4 different types of mining ships on that as well. That changes everything, Fenrir. It changes everything.
Yeah, you could fit a mole or two and a ton of prospectors, a ton of golems. Just park that thing in atmosphere.
Yeah.
Send your minions down.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
park it in an asteroid belt.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Radar inspect and find different aspects of what will fit with what you have on your. It's basically a loadout, a ship loadout. It's a mobile base. It kind of competes with the Liberator. You know, Liberator is going to be the best at doing that. But then, how do you protect yourself? I think the Kraken is best at defending itself based on what it is and what it's capable of. And so, yeah, that definitely fits the narrative of what you were saying, where you can basically look. We're waiting on Skyhawk. He's busy. He don't have time. Okay, let's go ahead and collectively go ahead and break the piggy bank and go ahead and get this Kraken and get it cracking. Basically, yeah, exactly.
Well, do you think you'll even be able to buy one in game, or do you think you'll have to earn one, build one somehow, like a Wicklow type situation?
Yeah.
Obviously, people already own them, so they can pull them out. But I mean,
Correct.
getting one in game, that's something to work towards, a goal, an
Yeah.
achievement.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that fits. That's to be debated how you procure it. I think it's up to CIG to provide different avenues on how to procure it, right? Other than, hey, I got it. I got the meta of pulling ships. I own every ship. That's easy. But Chris is about gaming the game. The aspects of earning. So it falls into his line or his philosophy of, I want you to earn it, but there could be several ways to earn it, right? And I'm open to that. And I think that fits Chris's vision as well. And here, I don't know why that creeped in my mind. Remember they talked about serial numbers or licenses you can wipe and clean, and you steal it and it's yours outright. That's the most dastardly way to do it, but you can. You put work into it. I stole this ship fair and square. Do you know how much scheming and cunning I had to do to pull this off?
No. You're just borrowing it indefinitely.
Exactly.
It's fine.
Yep. We'll give it
You
back.
have insurance, right?
You don't need that. Yeah, you got insurance. It's LTI, man. Go ahead and put that claim in. We'll take care of the rest of the year. Just know it's going to serve a great purpose here. our org.
Oh, we got some aluminum over here.
All right. What is fine? What is this? Fine maline. Holy smokes! I've never heard of this one.
I think that's
femoline.
I think that one is a rock mineable.
Yeah,
or
it's weird. Yeah,
geo.
it has to be. Yeah, it's small. Oh gosh, I'm on it.
Can you hand mine it?
Probably. You want me to try it? You want?
I mean, I don't know what it's used for. It's not used for any of the recipes that I need. So
Okay.
if you want to, you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna. For now, until I get, the blueprint and the recipes, then yeah, I'm just gonna assist, get you to where you need to. But yeah, that's something to look at.
Well, yeah. When did you want to start doing some of those runs? I can look and see which mission gives whatever sets you're looking for,
Okay.
and we can try
That'd
to
be
get
good.
some of those.
I would say the first step for me is procuring and getting a layout of what I need to do. But if you know where you need to go, we need to go ahead and mission up and then procure your stuff. So then you can go ahead and start the process of crafting it and things of that nature. So then you can, share the information or knowledge on, okay, if you do this, this is what you need to do, and etc. But now, since you're already well on your way and you already have some of those blueprints, let's go ahead and get you fully stocked and loaded to what you need to do.
Right. Well, the idea I think is once we get people blueprints and stuff,
Yes.
we're doing what we're doing right now, mining. We'll
Yep.
have a pool of resources, and we can just craft stuff for people.
Exactly. As a collective,
It's
we
like,
can
well,
do
what
that.
do you want? Boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom. Here you go.
That's org operations. I think I gotta update the Discord channel and add that and say, hey, crafting wish list, or let's say each individual have a crafting list, or blueprint, or we'll just put it in blueprint wish and crafting materials needed as an org. And so if we're not, if you're not online, let's say I'm online, hey, my wish list or my need for my blueprint materials, I'll go down the list. I say, okay, I'm near, let's say I'm arbitrarily mining, right? And I go to Discord and I say, okay, quartermaster, keys. I got the entire list. Phoenix, scavenger. Oh, this is what they need, and I'm there, and I'm like, let me go ahead and procure it, and I have it for you all. That makes a lot of sense in the world.
And you leave it on the Kraken.
Leave it on the Kraken. Release the Kraken. Leave it on the Kraken. Exactly. Emergent gameplay, man. Amazing. So now I got to make 2 channels. Craft, what is it? Materials list. Org material list is called, and org blueprint list. And then, that individual will say what they're looking for. And if we find it and we communicate, Chris, this is why we need the social tools. Because Discord is doing the heavy lifting for you. And we don't want that, Chris.
I want it to be in game.
Yes. Real time. You agree, Ty? I said, Yep, for sure.
They also need to have some sort of mail system, because then you could just, put that stuff in escrow, whatever people are requesting, and they can just get it, even if you're offline.
Through the social
get it
tools.
out of the org hanger.
Yep. More in-depth social tools where it's visceral, it's interactive as well. That would be huge, man. It's not just a conversation tool. It's an interactive tool where you can, move stuff through it, if that's a thing. Maybe the next tier up for that would be really cool. And then it's in your Moby Glass. You have such and such. You've got mail. You've got star mail. You're like, what is
God,
this?
don't give them another star thing.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I knew that would make you laugh.
Oh no. no.
You know that I'm channeling my Jared Huckabee right there.
We're
Super
gonna make
camp.
a Kimmy puppet next time we see you.
Oh, oh no, no.
We'll see how that was.
Oh no, sir.
Oh,
Ouch.
we'll just have it on your avatar while you're streaming. Get some
Oh my
AI
God.
to do it.
Yeah, you know
Hey,
what?
look at this.
I might try to do that as an avatar, man. You done messed me up now. I might change my avatar. Oh my God.
The puppet.
I am Chris's puppet. I'm
The
having it in
Chris
there,
Roberts
Chris Roberts puppet.
Oh no.
I am Chris's avatar. You do what I say and when I say it. You're my next child. It's like having that next child. Oh God,
We'll
man.
get submersibles in the game directly, Kimmy.
Yes. He walk across the stage. Kimmy, I got a fishing pole. You know what that means. Oh God, man. I know Chris is like, damn armchair developer. I need a t-shirt. Damn armchair developer.
I got a 736 aluminum I'm breaking over
I'm
here.
on your 6. I'm just like, no more. Nope. Develop. Make the damn game. Make the damn game right now. That's hilarious, man. Chris is like, okay, now you want to humiliate me. No, we just have fun, Chris.
Yeah, he knows it's all in good fun.
Yep.
I do kind of miss seeing him and Sandy as often as we used to.
Yeah, but you know they're raising the kids, so it's more that they got to have that time with them, man, because they're not going to get that back.
For sure.
And he already puts a hell of a lot of time, hence why we have a Benoit now. And Richard Tyrer and all the devs now. I mean, they're cemented in that process. So he's gotta let some of that go, man. A lot of that go, because raise your kids, Chris. Have that time, man, if you need it, because you're not getting that back, bro. You're not gonna get that time back.
Well, and I'm sure he's busy behind the scenes with however they're going to market and launch Squadron.
Exactly. That's huge. He'll probably take a vacation. He'll probably need one. After that release. After that release, it's going to be, whoo.
A weight off his shoulders.
Yes. A lot of tears, man. A lot of tears for Chris. Chris is like, okay, I need to take a nap, need a vacation, all the above.
It'd be interesting to see if Squadron ends up getting a lot of attention if they try to make a movie out of it or something.
Ooh. I think a lot of the editing. What's the guy? He was in LA. They did that whole thing with that Star Citizen Live. I forget his name, but I could see them editing or doing or working maybe with Prime. That would be interesting though, Finra. Sandy, that would definitely be within her wheelhouse because she's an actress. I think she would be, salivating for that, man, to have a Star Citizen series. I think a lot of us are lamenting that The Expanse ended, right? One great sci-fi series. Matter of fact, I would probably, let's say, politic or vote. Who would have my vote? One of the producers for The Expanse actually is a Star Citizen backer. I don't know why he follows me or follow me on X, Twitter, but I would say if anybody, have him as a producer and work with, Chris, bring him in and they can get some sort of series going on like that for Star Citizen. Who knows, man? You could probably get Henry Cavill involved because he's a, but he's involved with so many things. He would not have the time. But yeah, bring in some actors who are just trying to get into the business and see what you can do with them. And Chris, he loves that directorial process. That opens the door for him again to go back into that, and that way it would free up more of the devs to have more kind of creative control over the game. I think they've earned that over the years. So yeah, that would be interesting to have a Star Citizen series. There was a sci-fi channel. There was they did a MMO and a TV series. What was that? That these aliens came to Earth. Let me get the name of it. I love that TV series, and it was canceled. Let me get the name of it.
I probably watched it at some point.
Wait till I tell the name. Okay. You remember Daytak Tar?
Is that the name of the show?
No, it was a character. His name was Daytak Tar. He was an alien immigrant.
Maybe.
Okay, that was the clue.
Show's not ringing a bell.
It begins with a D. Let me give you 5 seconds to guess. It begins with a D. It was a show that was on sci-fi, but it also incorporated the TV series, the sci-fi TV series, and a video game.
I must not know.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It began with a D. The name was called Defiance.
Oh, yes. I do
Yes.
remember that. Yes.
Yep. It was a fun series. I enjoyed it. Character had to
Yes.
build up first season, but then when they got rolling, man, I was all in, man. I was like, holy smokes, this is pretty cool. It reminded me of that show, Gene Roddenberry's Earth Final Conflict. Anyone see that
There
one?
was another one too. I want to say it was like Dark Skies or Falling Skies.
Yes,
something like
the
that.
alien. Oh, I loved it. Dude, the way the wrap up for that was a disservice. It was like the Battlescar Galactica's last season when they had to wrap it up and they just fast tracked it and turned it into a video game. Same thing for Falling Skies. The Skitters and all them. Oh man.
Yeah, they were just really getting good.
Oh. Femmer, I have 736 over here, and it's 28% of aluminum. Aluminium, if you were in England. You see where I'm pointing?
You can scoop it if you want.
Oh, you don't need it?
I'm looking for probably a 750 plus on aluminum now.
Okay. All right.
Or we might have some. I'm not sure. It's hard to see what's in your hopper when you have so many different materials.
Yeah.
That's one thing I hope they work on is the UI and maybe make it scrollable or interactable.
Yes. And I think the app time to update that is bring that in with the Expanse. And then backfeed it to the prospectors and the golems of the world.
Oh, so that begs the question: when are you expecting the Expanse?
When they have, if it's on the roadmap, the updates to refinery or the refinement process, because you would, put it to you this way. It has to be before or around the time of the galaxy's arrival. I could be wrong, right? But that would be a bad look if they do not have a refinery process with the galaxy's release.
Well, what modules have they said are going to release? Did they say all at the same time?
They did not say any at all would be released. Well, we know one that could definitely be a part or could be released because it's already in game. I think there's two. One would be easily low hanging fruit here. The cargo module, right? That's low hanging fruit. That's already established. And I've been begging for them to put in a default module, and then the extra module would increase its capacity. The second one would be the medical beds. That's in the Apollo. That's going to easily segue over to the Galaxy because it's already existing in game. I think the challenge or the pressure on them would be not just the refinery, because they got to come up with the refinery process, but also base building is rearing its head into what needs to be done. I think crafting has opened the doors for the process or concept of base building, but isn't the Pioneer on the list too to be one of those things we see this year or not?
I'm not sure about that. They haven't said much about base building yet this year, so I don't know how. I would assume that's going to come with base building.
Correct. Well, we know that it's going to have. They talked about what is that? The drones. The drones are going to be a heavily part of that process. Drones are going to be definitely a part of that. So we've seen it in the demo. It's been an early concept with the Cry-Astro aspect. But then what is a dependency? It's probably the Maelstrom system. It's a lot of things, man. I would not be surprised if things were delayed based upon one thing not ready, or they're waiting for this other gameplay feature in order for it to work. So yeah, it's a lot of moving parts, Fenrir. But yeah, low hanging fruit for the Galaxy. It would save them face having the medical cargo ready to go once it releases, and then at a later date, base building and refinery. But if they have the refinery for the Galaxy ready, there will be no way, or there'll be no reason should be a holdup for the Expanse, because it's its primary function, refining of rocks. But they did say that they're working on it because they want to make it different from the Plants version of the refinery, more hands-on, manual aspects and challenges pertaining to it.
So hopefully whatever the players do, like the manual process of refining, not only takes less time but gives you a better yield.
Yes, because I think where you are in that, if you're far out, you're going to look at the game with expectations of these player counts should be at an all-time high. These encounters, based upon where the economy says you need to be, you need to get in quick, get out. Also, who's mentioned this? I think Todd mentioned earlier, if you're going to low security, high risk areas like a pyro or a derivative of that, right? You want to be able to get in there, operate, and get out. Not where it's a timestamp on, minutes upon minutes to get that process done. You want to be able to get in, you have the skill set, you do your job, and you get out of there. Of course, volume will affect everything. Volative elements affects everything. But with that said, that process should be very intuitive, cut to the chase, do it, make it happen, and you get out of those high risk areas.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Because more than likely you're going to be in these bulky, slow moving, heavy industrial ships anyway. right? So, yeah. Interesting stuff, though. And especially when they, radar aspects, knowledge of the things that are happening in real time in the verse through the via the mobiGlass and social tools, right? People will have the jump on you in some certain aspects, right? Hence why you should be prepared in these encounters. Anticipation, having a security detail with you. That's going to be a daily thing. It's not going to be, well, if you're planning accordingly, you should have a detail with you that will kind of understand that, hey, we're in a risky area. I'm paying someone out. It's part of the operating cost. These larger orgs are going to roll like that. It will not be a surprise. That's how they become successful. Oh, wow, I'm at those 575 marks. I'm like, ooh, you're training me for a 750 and up, Finra.
I mean,
Quality
mind it
levels.
if you want to. If you're just out for money,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Does does that element pay very well?
I have no idea. I don't think so.
Okay.
Azlerite, I think that's common.
Ah, gotcha. No, hence why we see it all around.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Where are we? What planet or what?
Ida,
moon?
on the moon of Ida.
Let me look it up here, and we can see what's on here.
Okay, nice. Yeah, that reminds me. I gotta make that channel on the Discord of blueprint needs, want needs, and mineral want needs, and each individual can input what is on their wheelhouse or their targeted resource they need.
The only rare stuff here is Quantanium.
And I did see one. Okay.
Aluminum, tin, and Azlerite are pretty common, and they probably won't sell for that much.
Ah,
It's still
gotcha.
money, right?
Oh, of course. Yep. So I may as well stick with getting that, looking for 750 for you.
But see, that's the nice thing about crafting, is it gives the common stuff value
Yes. Yep.
for crafting.
Yes. And, and based on your statement, it opens the door for higher tiers of what crafting will entail. Meaning, do you add other elements to kind of synthesize the qualities to make it better, to enhance it? I don't know. It's something later on that CIG can kind of think tank and come up with. Hey, this is another layer to the gameplay that makes it even more interesting. If you have you add a rare additive, you get that much of a bump in its quality and resistance, right? As opposed to, okay, I found this additive and it bumps it up. Like you said there's a 5%, maybe 2 to 3 or 4%. You find a rare additive, it bumps it up to a 11 percentile. You're like, oh yeah, this is change. This is a game changer right here. Now you're really
that'd be
chasing.
nice.
Yeah, now you're really chasing now. And it also sets up the knowledge base for you to keep track of those things and keep that A list on. Hey, in Discord, this is my A list. I've discovered this, and this is on my hit list now because now I've discovered if I mix, it's almost like a form of alchemy. But if I use this element, or I've discovered this element, now it makes it even better of what I'm utilizing. It's endless, man. It's endless. desync is woo rough. $614. Oh gosh. Man, they're making us turn this into loot gremlins. This is crazy. Because it's like, oh, it's so close. 650. Oh, it's 723. Chasing, man. I wonder if they need the dynamic server meshing to allow for procedural generation of resources. So, in other words, it will bring about mining veins. So you have a certain capacity, it persists. Once you've depleted it, or after a certain time, if no one discovers it, it randomizes again and persists. And once you've locked on and you're pulling those resources, it persists longer. But once you disengage and say, hey, I have enough, or you don't come back, then it dissipates and randomizes somewhere else. I wonder if that requires dynamic meshing to pull that off. So then it's another layer that will enhance the economy system if it's possible. I don't know if it's possible within the engine or it's a challenge that CIG, they're not at that point where they can accomplish that. But it would be interesting if that's part of what they're trying to do. Seven Akiko Arashi. I mean, that's the beautiful dynamic of what makes Star Citizen go is the open development, but a truly open development that will incorporate the aspect of community and the devs in achieving the best or in the goals of creating the best damn space sim ever. Or MMO, the best damn space MMO ever. I think it makes it so unique, man. They're shooting for the stars on this, but also they look to us and say, hey, what do you got? Talk to me. And I love it. Chris Roberts, you know, he is that cornerstone. He's that pioneer for that vision, and he keeps us within the lines of coloring this book, but at the same time, we're the crayons. We're that 120 box number of, or 120 million box of the colors that come in that, you know, bring these colors inside the spaces. That's the alignment of Chris's mind into what he wants for this game. He allows those colors to come into the lines of his drawing, which is the verse. I love it, man. We get to make something that probably will never be attempted ever again, because, you know, it's easy, it's cheating almost, where you're talking about, yeah, someone can come in and outdo him because they can use AI and it'll generate this. You just plug in these things, but man, I'm talking about the crafting, the artistry, the ingenuity that's done by the hands and minds of humans. Never will be done repeated. Never will be repeated. And then the very unique and special thing about it is the community is unlike anything you've ever seen. It is the cornerstone, and I don't care what AI can do. It's faked out. It's cheating, and it's just an opinion in the way of you're comparing the true artistry compared to something generated. It's lesson to me. It will probably create great visuals and create great things down the line. That is, awesome to see, but there's something to be said about people coming together and going through the ups and downs, the pains and tribulations and the triumphs of creating something that humans have done. It's not going to be done again. It won't be attempted again because it's a one of a kind, and I think it's a bragging point for Chris, CIG, and the community. It's themselves. It's a unique place and situation altogether. It's the perfect storm of gaming development. Yeah, Trent. That win is gonna. I think people are gonna lose it if they. There's a chance. They don't want people to go crazy or go nuts, but we're gonna go crazy. We're gonna go nuts if they drop it on that 4.8. We're gonna be like, oh my gosh. And I think they purpose. You know how the leaks get out there and stuff like that. So they're guarding that one big time. But man, the moment it gets on that, if it potentially gets on that 4.8, I feel the hairs on the back of my neck just standing up right now. Just like, can you imagine the Knicks system in 4.8 or 4.81, something crazy like that, or the patch after that? Man, people are gonna lose it, man. People are gonna lose it. Oh, I better get back into the game. I haven't been in the game in about a year or two. I better download it. God damn it, I can't download it. It's not working right. People are gonna start getting these in order. Like, I gotta get back into the game. I'm hearing this. So yeah, it makes you wonder though, Trent. It makes you wonder if they announce that and then you have this heavy barrage of people shutting down the service because they don't have dynamic server meshing. It makes you think about that too, right? They wouldn't be ready for it. Isn't it weird to say that potentially CIG's success could be, it's not a downfall, but it's detriment to progress, or it could very well be a detriment to its progression forward, because you have so many people triggered knowing that, hey, we got we have Genesis, aka Planetary Tech 5, coming in 4.8. They're bum rushing the servers, just getting back into the game and dusting off their controls because they figure they want to step away to more substantial things would be part of the game, and they don't have dynamic yet, but they're working on it. It's no way they can announce it without the dynamic meshing. Oh, the social tools, 4.8. That's a game changer. I think, we said earlier how Discord is providing, or it's providing the service for a lot of heavy lifting and how we communicate and connect with each other, right? Outside of just being in the game. at some point in time, that social tool is going to be like, hold my beer to Discord. Supposedly, it's, you know, or offload a lot of the baggage or the heavy loads of content in regards to socializing. It's going to, the weighted scales are going to rebalance, and it's going to be a lot of it just going in and see if the social tools literally work first and foremost, and then from there the depth, the extra testing. Is it viable? Does it? How good is it? You know? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that seamless connection. Will we need dynamic server meshing for that, Trent? I think there could be core elements that may require dynamic meshing so that things are tracked across systems. It gives you metrics of, what's going on around you. It ties in. It pulls all that in together. In real time. So I don't know. I can only speculate how deep, how far involved, how deeply involved the social tools will be, because once it opens up, it's going to be tested heavily. The depths will be exposed almost immediately as to what it can do. This community, man, they are wired for this game. They can go in and inspect it, and they'll know. No pressure, right? That is the question. Will it be fully functional? Yes, capturing all that and player counts, and then creating more mirrored servers to help with the heavy lifting because of players' volume counts going up in one particular area, right? Whether it's derived from looking at quality materials in that one particular area, and if you communicate, hey gang, hey org, what is that going to look like? Large orgs populating the areas of a server because now you have the social tools. Holy smokes, man. That's interesting. That's scary at the same time. What is that going to look like? I can agree with that. That the part about 1 to 2K, I think that's within a tier 0 aspect, because we're already at 700, Trent, right? So we doubled it. 1400, that doubles it right there, right? And then the higher counts as we go further into the year, initially starting with double, and then optimize, stabilize. And then you're working on and then Benoit talked about lag and desync. We brought that up earlier. I think they do have to address that in order to get quasi dynamic server meshing working at a high clip when it's first introduced. The lag and desync has to be addressed first and foremost before incorporating that into, or incorporating dynamic meshing, tier 0. Yeah, it's very interesting. The capital ships. Now you have the Kraken coming into the gameplay. You're talking about the concept of the battle cruiser. You're talking about the clad assaults. These larger ships now supporting these higher numbers, and the orgs are chomping at the bit, because you're talking about now larger aspects of certain orgs can get into the game in its entirety, where as opposed to like a test squadron 20k deep or more, 30k deep, there's good portions of that org in different shards, right? At least it's a start for them. then you're talking about, whoa, wait a minute, what does this mean, and how things are going to change. Scale is one thing, but the support of those scales, they're going to have to revamp resources and things of that nature. It's a lot of moving parts, but yeah, it's going to be so insane on the levels of how you can interact with people, how you interact with resources in your, communicating, not just communicating, but interacting, and the social tools allowing filtering and higher levels, breaking down to lower levels of communication so that you stay organized at a high clip within the game is going to be so key to the foundation of the engine. It's heavy. It's a heavy concept, but it just shows you the levels of complexities that's involved with making this happen. And then at the same time, these concepts have been done before, but not quite like this. Star Citizen is the unicorn of MMOs right now. It's nothing you can really compare it to. If you do, the debate is on. The debate is on. Yeah, the Kraken, being as a huge carrier, saving of fuel. Yeah, lesser ships using quantum, they can actually, as opposed to utilizing their own ship, they are crew members now. They are actually invested in operating the ship at a high level. And then when it's time to deploy, then that changes, right? That dynamic changes. So you're actually working as a functional starship, right? Security on board, whether they're walking around, security on ships that escort, they're coming in to refuel because they were escorts. They were burning fuel. They come in, land onto the Kraken and refuel, and then they start their patrols of the area in question of where they want to perform their op. This is organized and scripted gameplay and unscripted gameplay at the same time. Deep concepts, man. Yeah, that's the beauty of the open development. People say otherwise. The cringe part of is playing the results of the concepts, but that's the beauty. That's the reality TV show. That is a beautiful thing where you get to see them overcome those challenges, and then it calls out the industry at a whole. They've been holding back on us because it's all about return on investments. It's an investment company thing. It's not a thing about they caring about you as a gamer. Yeah, some of that could be there, but not fully. Not the way that CIG is doing this, man. Chris he's doing it for the love of the game, and this has changed. This is who he is. At the core of it, he is a gamer. Yes, he's a businessman. He made his own money. This is a company, of course, but at its core, this is about gaming and creating a game that no one has ever seen before or experienced. And then at the same time, it's calling out and exposing the industry as a whole on what its true narrative is. It's about the return on investment. Don't get it twisted. But yeah, you're going to have fun. They're going to come up with great designs within. They're going to utilize that talent pool, right, and leverage it as a return on investment. It's a symbiotic relationship, right? Yeah, don't get it twisted. It's a symbiotic relationship. But at the end of the day, if you're not getting that return on your investment, there won't be a game. They're going to close those doors. It's not going to happen. But with Star Citizen, the energy is different. You have the passion, unlike any other with this community. You have, they support and back through resources, right? Because they see and believe in this dream, but also the longevity is or the twist of it is CIG must, and they do stay creative, that keeps it interesting for the community, which in turn keeps things interesting and unique as far as gameplay. And it's not the same narrative as return on investment. I think it's more a return on the core game mechanics to make it fun and unique, and that stands out from any other game. Ready Player One all day, man, all day. Even Chris is starting to call it that. That lamp was washed out right there. And let's not, and what about that little sneak peek or that little sneak in of the development from Sylvan with VR? Holy smokes, man. That came out of nowhere, and it's like a core of what they do, to the extent that Chris is saying it will be a full release VR experience for Squadron 42. It probably set it back by a little bit for them, incorporating it, but it is definitely you go into Squadron 42, it's VR ready. It will be VR ready at the time of release. So that's crazy. Ready Player One. It's closest thing to it. Closest thing to it. Might have to lamp this thing at night. It's washed, but it works, man. Functionality is there. I'm flight challenged in the dark, man. The darks are dark in this game.
You ain't lying.
It's beautiful though. Look at the sun. Either it's going down or it's up. But look at that view, man. This is crazy. And to think it's gonna be so much better, leaps and bounds with the Genesis system. Whew. Remember, you think this is a good break time to get something to eat and then come back in?
Sure thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to continue this, but I'm gonna go ahead and land. I'm gonna bed log, and I'm gonna grab something to eat, and then we're gonna come back. Hopefully,
Okay.
Vickers will be ready. We'll be ready to go ahead and opt and go after those blueprints if you want.
Yeah, that sounds like a winner to me.
All right, sir. All right, chat. We're gonna break off. We're gonna grab something to eat. I would say get stretch, chat. Get yourselves something to eat. We'll be back within the hour.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, that'll be good. A good segue, because we're gonna mission this thing up, y'all, and get some goals and things and objectives achieved in this game. But it's a good stopping time. All right, let me see who's streaming, and keep in mind, yes, I'm here. This is the weekend. I'm going to come back. Fenrir and I, hopefully, Vickers, Quartermaster will be here. But what I had for breakfast was coffee.
Oh man, you gotta
Yeah.
do something more than that.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to Mr. Simpit himself, Trip Rodriguez. He's streaming. He's a trooper, man. He's special dude, man. Good ambassador for the game. I'm going to raid him, and then we'll be back within the hour with some Star Citizen and get some op stuff going. Yes, no worries, Vic. We're gonna get something to eat. Be ready, man. Be ready. We got you, man. Hey, it's the weekend, Vic. No worries. We're gonna get this op going, man. I knew he was gonna say something when I said blueprints. Messing with you, man.
Yep.
07, brother. Okay, raid is started. I will shut down and then I'll stay around. I'll leave the computer up for the Discord and get something to eat, and it's game on. All right, everyone.
All right,
07.
Captain.
Yes, sir. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
Reading now. He's incoming.
And having attritions on it.
Oh my God. Shit.